loving hotel. Can't believe how far we fell. You weak on the floor, so you call us out. How you been? How you doing? You been good? I've been drinking way too much. You think that I'd be over you, over you, over you? But I think about it every day. Yeah, I never missed her anyways. Yeah, I never missed her anyways.
Hello everybody and good morning or afternoon. It's afternoon where I am. But thanks for joining us in the introduction to Lightroom workshop. Yeah, thanks for coming out this morning, and huge shout out to everyone who did work to make this possible. So basically all you need to do this workshop is Lightroom Classic. I'll explain while I'll be using that. And you'll need the sample images that I provided in the link in that starting image. If you do not have that, I think somebody can paste that in chat, the link to the drive, and that would be very helpful. And if not, I'll get started in just a bit while pulling up my stuff. Thank you, Jillian. You can follow along with the PowerPoint I provided in the drive link. That just has the basic guidelines of what we'll be going through in terms of the workshop, and then the content that I'll be going over. So right now I'll be sharing Lightroom Classic, the interface, in order to show you more clearly what I'll be doing in that. So I'll be doing that right now. So as I do that, you can pull up the Lightroom in your own system as well to follow along. All right. So just to start off, there are a lot of editing softwares out there, and in terms of Adobe, there's Lightroom and Photoshop. So we'll just talk really shortly about what the difference between Lightroom and Photoshop is. So basically, Lightroom is primarily used to manage and process thousands of your photos. So huge globalized editing over thousands of photos, so massive shoots, things like that. And it focuses on the organization of that, and then also editing that globally, not locally in like terms of pixels and stuff like that. So that's where Photoshop comes in, where you'll be able to do specific image manipulation, creation through layering masks, enhancements, and stuff like that. Lightroom doesn't really focus on those pixel things, although some functions do overlap, but they are very basic. And if you want to do something more specific to your individual photos, then you would probably import that into Photoshop and work with it from there, which you could have learned at our Intro to Photoshop workshop. So moving on to what you would do in pre-editing and importing before you go into the software right here. So after your shoot would be done, I recommend backing up your SD card with all of your images onto a hard drive immediately, because you never know what's going to happen to your images. You just don't want to risk it being lost, your SD card breaking, something tragic happening, and losing all of those great images that you took. So as soon as possible, back those up onto your computer hard drive, your external hard drive, something like that. And basically from there, we'll start going into the Lightroom interface. So if everybody can pull that up right now, we can start off. And I'll be using the sample images that I provided in order to edit and go through the things. And what I did with the sample images was make sure that I provided a variety of different photos. So for example, there are portraits, there are some landscape photos, and they're from different devices. So some of them are from like a Fujifilm camera, some of them are from my Canon camera, and then some of them are film images. And those are there to show you how Lightroom interacts with different kinds of systems. So for example, if you have a Fuji, a Canon, a Nikon, for example, you'll see there's differences in the way that image looks when you put it into Lightroom, what you can do to it. And in addition, I made sure that some of the images were well exposed, but then some of them are not perfectly exposed as you'd want it in camera. So just to show you that Lightroom gives you the flexibility to manipulate your images and, I guess, salvage them, as you could say. So when we start here on Lightroom, let me move these things. What you'd want to do is start with File and do Import Photos and Videos. So the shortcut for that is Control-Shift-I, and the interface that pulls up is right here. So what is on the left is basically all the drives connected to your computer. So I have my Windows C drive and my external D drive. From there, I'll be choosing where the photos that I want to import are from. So for me, I put my photos in my C drive. So I will go there to desktop. If I can find it. But yeah, so wherever you download your photos, you can find it through this side. Where's my... As soon as I find my desktop user. It's probably in this one. There we go. Perfect. There. So I finally found my files. So as you can see, these are the sample images that I provided. So what you can do in this interface in the middle is you can double click on the images and then go through them. So you can see what images that you took. You can zoom in and click on them, check out the details and things like that. And what you'd want to do is make sure that include and import is selected so that you import them. But what you can do is deselect them and sort through them as you'd like if you don't like the images. So what I'll do is import all of these photos. So to do that, I make sure that I go to the bottom right and I select import. So when I do that, Lightroom will automatically import the photos into my library. So moving on to the library and development slide. So we're on our library, and again, there's a column on the left, something in the middle, and something on the right. So what we focus on in library is what's on the left. So in library, you can create collections. So like I said before, Lightroom focuses on organization. So you can create collections underneath the collection tab and then click plus and then create a collection. So if I want to create a collection, I can do that. Let's name it sample images. And then it's created. So what it did is that it selected the image that I selected, so this image right here, and put it into the sample image collection. So if I didn't want to do that, I can Control Z. I can just create my own smart collection or a collection, and then I would just select all the photos and drag it into the collection I want to do. That doesn't really matter right now, but that just works for you if you have your own collections. If you're making your own collections, you want to organize your photos in those collections in Lightroom so you can easily access them. So that's as much as basically you want to do in library. What the focus of Lightroom is, and what we all want to know, is how to edit. And that's what we do in develop. So when we go into develop, we'll still have our photos that we just previously imported on the bottom. And we'll have our develop interface in front of us. So in order to select the image, we just select one of our images. I will select this portrait right here. So starting from the left, we'll go through the columns over there and then go towards the right into the actual editing. So on the left, obviously you can see we have presets, snapshots, history, and then our collections. Collections, again, to access our photos easily. Presets are things that you can create on your own, but then also download online. And basically, it's a set edit that you can slap onto all your photos. You can create your own and batch edit super quickly. We won't really look at that there, but it's super simple. If you want to do that, we'll maybe talk about that later. So that's what's on the left side on the navigator. So what we want to really focus on is our editing. So we'll move on to our developing slide. And here, this is where we focus on, changing our image to the way we want it to. So first of all, we have our histogram. And the histogram just tells us the information that maybe you'd see in the light meter on your camera, right? So like overexposure and stuff like that, but it tells you in tones. So for this image, things are edited or are split off into the blacks, the shadows, the whites, and the highlights. And they're partitioned in this graph right here. As you can see in this photo, most of the colors and the lighting and the tone is in the shadows, and we're able to see that because of the histogram. So the histogram is really useful in terms of seeing the exposure of your image. So if we click J on our computer, or if you select these things, the histogram will tell you if your image is either clipping on either side. So what clipping means is that the data overextend of your image of your raw photo overextends the limits of Lightroom basically. So what that would look like is if I pull this down all the way to the shadows like all the way down in the blacks, so it would turn blue. That means I'm clipping on that side. And on the other side, if I turn up the highlights and the whites, it turns red. It's useful to see if your image is correctly exposed. You don't necessarily need to follow it, but it's very useful. So that's the gist of your histogram. So moving on to tone. First, you have temperature and tint. So that's all based off of white balance. The easy thing to do is just to use the eyedropper tool and select a target neutral, which is basically a patch of white, and select it, and then the system will automatically white balance your image. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's why you're able to manually do it here as well and correct it. Moving on to tone. So you have your exposure, contrast, highlight, shadows, whites, blacks. Basically, it controls what your histogram said. So you can adjust everything in terms of global exposure or certain tones that you want to do. Obviously, you can just do your normal, what everyone does is in terms of lowering highlights, raising shadows, raising whites, lowering the blacks, starting with your S-curve. I'll just do a really quick one right here. But yeah, you can manipulate that as much as you want to in order to gain the image that you'd like and get the correct exposure. So presence includes texture, clarity, dehaze, vibrance, and saturation. Some of it isn't, sorry, let me pull up chat. Great question. Bryn, sorry if I mispronounced that. I'll also explain it more when I go into the tone curve. So the S curve is basically where a technique that a lot of photographers use that makes the highlights and the whites brighter and then lowering the shadows and the blacks in order to get a good contrast in your photo. It's just a really basic sort of thing to do, and there's a lot of different techniques in terms of what you can do with the tone curve, but that's basically what the S curve means. It's an S curve because in the tone curve you would create an S. I'll go over that in a bit after I go over presence. That's a good question. Presence. It's not something that you touch too much in terms of portraits and things like that, because it would add a lot of graininess and texture to the face, which is what we don't want. We actually want to get rid of that, right, when we do blemish reduction, things like that. So what it would do was it like it really grainy, things like that. Sometimes you would use that with landscape photography and things like that, and maybe if you're going for a specific style. But me personally, I wouldn't use it. I don't use it too much, but that's on you. Obviously, vibrance, saturation, self-explanatory, just changes the intensity of the color. Now going more into the tone curve of what Bryn was asking. Basically, the tone curve is the same controls of the highlights, shadows, whites, and blacks, but it's more of a specific control of that spectrum in terms of the tone of the image and the contrast. So as you can see, the histogram is displayed as there, but then there's a line there that I can specifically control the certain aspects of the photo. So what that S curve was, like I was about to say, was I raise the highlights and the whites, and then I lower the, sorry, let me reset this and then make it into, yeah. So I raise the highlights and then the whites, and then I would lower the shadows and the blacks in order to get a good contrast and things like that. So that's what I would I mean by S curve, and what a lot of photographers do in their work in terms of using S curves. You can reset all and things like that and experiment on your own of what you want to do in your image. A lot of different techniques create different things. If you're having trouble determining what colors or what tones are in your image, you can select this tool right here, and you go into your image and highlight a certain part that you want to manipulate, and the system will automatically highlight what that is, so if you're having trouble seeing what it is. So that's basically what the tone curve does for you. Moving on to color. So HSL color is basically where you can control every single color that's inside of your image. I recommend using HSL, which stands for hue, saturation, luminance, in terms of editing it, because it gives you more flexibility. So what you can do in this is obviously change the colors out of your image. Hue, I can edit the hue of oranges, etc., etc. Saturation, the intensity of the color. and then luminance, the brightness of the color. So the use of this is often infinite. You see a lot of photographers on Instagram using that teal and orange sort of edit. You see that everywhere nowadays. Basically, they do that in HSL, right? Because those colors don't exist in real life. That's how people get their stylized colors and styles, by going into HSL. What I find very useful in HSL, which people don't really tell you, is that you can actually use HSL for color correction. So if your colors are kind of off, you see something off, you can specifically change that in HSL. And what I mean by that specifically is in terms of the color of someone's face. Sometimes your lighting or your camera or lots of different factors makes the face either like not as pronounced or like greener or pinker than usual or something like that. What you can do in HSL is go to the specific colors. So the face is usually red, orange, yellow. Those are the skin tones, right? And you can go into there and then edit the colors. It's not as pronounced here because the light isn't on the face, but in a different photo it would be more pronounced, and you can edit the tone of the color of someone's face in order to make sure that it's accurate to the eye. So that's something useful in HSL that isn't mentioned too much. Split toning. So split toning is also related to HSL in terms of it's adding color to your image, but it adds color to your image in a global sense, where it basically adds a layer on top of your image. So you can add color to the highlights and to the shadows of the image. So this is again where people do that warm highlights. So usually they do orange, and then shadows they put to a teal. That's really like, again, that stereotypical teal and orange look. Basically what they're doing is just making sure that the colors follow the opposites of the color wheel, right? Your design fundamentals, where the colors are on the opposite spectrum. So you can experiment with that as well in terms of giving your image a different sort of flair, a different sort of look to it, either grungy, cold, warm, etc., by using highlights and shadows in split toning. When you do that, basically you select the hue, and what you do is basically turn up the saturation in order to see what color exactly that you're getting. So something like this, right? And then you turn, if I wanted that color, then I turn the saturation back down in order to make it very slight. You don't want it to be too much. Same thing with shadows. And then you can change the balance of where the emphasis is. So either it's on the highlights or the shadows if it's going right or left. So HSL and split toning give you a lot of flexibility in terms of making your images more charismatic, more characteristic to what your style entails. So going to detail, this is where you can add the artificial sharpening, noise reduction, things like that. And then I include, with detail on my PowerPoint, basically I include what lens corrections are. So lens corrections are basically the information that your lens provides to the raw image in order to give it correction. So that's another reason why you should shoot in RAW, so you get that information, not only because RAW gives you more information in the editing software that JPEG doesn't give you, but it also gives you information like this. So if I wanted to use that, right, I click it, and the system automatically recognizes that I was using a Sigma 35mm, right? And that's super easy, and it does its manipulation in terms of getting rid of the vignetting that I maybe want or don't want, and any of the lens aberration. So that's something you can use if you'd like it, or if you want the natural look of the lens, you don't have to use it. But it's there if you'd like to. I include that under details and things like that. I'll skip transform really quick to go into one of the details I add as effects. I think that grain is also a detail that you can add as well. It's different from, I get a lot of questions of, is this the same thing as camera grain? It's not really. It's just a preset grain that is added by Lightroom, by the computer. So it's different in terms of that, but you can add grain as well. People do that a lot to get that filmic look that is so desired these days, things like that. And calibration, it's not something that you usually touch that much. It's only if your camera is actually like really off in terms of the color calibration, and then you'd go into here and then fix that. It really depends on what camera you're using. So if this happens to you, I would recommend looking into some sort of YouTube tutorial on your specific camera model and the issue that you're experiencing. But usually, even if it's like a used camera, I've had experience with like lots of used cameras and things like that. this should be totally fine. And if there's something slightly off, you can always change that in HSL. So it's something that you don't really need to look at too much. Now going back to transformation, this is where you're able to control your image in terms of the verticality, things like that, uprightness, making sure that the horizon is leveled. And there's also presets where you can just do auto, level, vertical, full, etc., etc. In my experience, when I click auto, sometimes it works. Sometimes, I don't know if you've used it at all, it gets really wonky and it doesn't work. So I usually trust level or vertical, usually level to straighten off my image if I'm trying to do it super quick and things like that. And if you're doing this, if you're using the transform tool, what's good to know is that if the transformation is larger than the image, so for example, if I was hypothetically doing something like this, something crazy like that, or the image, you can see the white because there's no data there, I would click constrain crop so that the program will instantly crop the image to to the dimensions that have the image. Obviously, you would never do something like this, but in any case, if you're trying to rotate an image and you can see the whites on the outsides, you can constrain crop it and then it will go away. So yeah, that's basically all the tools that are the basic tools that are in the right side of Lightroom that will enable you to edit images. I will pause shortly for like any questions in terms of anybody having specific questions about certain like tools, certain like styles that how you can achieve that in Lightroom before I go into like the brushes and things like that, and then after that concluding with you guys editing the photos that I gave you in order for you to see how much you can actually get out of those raw images. So I'll pause really quickly for any questions before I go into the rest of it. All right, so if there's not any questions, we'll go into really quick on what you can do in terms of local edits in Lightroom, which is very limited, but there's some there. So if you scroll back up top to the right side, right below your histogram, you have these little symbols right here, right? So you have crop overlay, etc., etc. What you'd usually use is crop overlay, we're focusing on, is crop overlay, graduated filter, radial filter, and adjustment brush. So the crop overlay is actually what I usually use in order to level out my image. Basically, it gives you a crop option so that you can adjust your image. If you hold down shift, it will make sure that everything is proportional. So you can do that. You can use that as however you need it to crop your images, things like that. So like that. Moving on to my graduated filter. So what the graduated filter is, what these filters are basically the same controls that you have in the previous panel, except that it will only apply it to certain areas of your image. So for the graduated filter, the use of this usually is for landscape photos, things like that, where you're trying to maybe edit the sky, edit the ground in terms of making it brighter or darker, but you don't want to touch the rest of your image. So this is something that's like really rough that you can do in Lightroom that suffices that goal. So what you do is select the graduated filter and you select your image and then you drag down. So you'll see these three lines. So these three lines mean that this is where the edit is taking place. So what you'd want to do is go into the panel on your right and then place your edits down. So if I wanted to lower the highlights, etc., I could do something crazy to it, right? So what this does is that it edits the image on top of the filter, and then basically as it goes down, it slowly decreases that effect in order to blend it into the rest of the image. So that's why I said that this works particularly well with a landscape image, for example. So if I was doing this seriously, I'd pull this like this. I'd make sure that the middle line was around the horizon because that's when I wanted to blend into the rest of the image, and then I could add my edit, right? And that's basically that. You can use this in so many different ways. This is just the basic way, but you can just add anything you want, add clarity, texture, etc., etc. That's what a graduated filter does. And then you can delete it by clicking the dot and then hitting delete. Cool, right? So there's also the radial filter. So this is basically the same thing as the graduated filter, except it's a circle. So what you do is select the filter, you drag onto your photo, and it's there, right? So what you want to do for this, as you can see, is that the filter is editing what's on the outside. The red means that that's what's being affected. We don't want this, right? Because maybe we're trying to make the face a different tone that we need to do. So we go into the right column and we select invert right here underneath feathering, and that ensures that the edits happen inside the circle. So what's this used for commonly? Is maybe brightening the face so that it's more prominent in the subject. So what you'd go there is maybe raise the exposure, or like raise the highlights, raise the shadows a teeny bit so that it pops out a little bit more. And again, you can use this to your own to your heart's desire, right? Maybe if you don't want to go into Photoshop, but you see that there's like some color balance off between faces, you can go into using these radial filters and then changing the temperatures and color balance of certain things. There's a lot of things you can do with that. So yeah. And then finally, you have your adjustment brush. This does the same thing, except it's a brush. It's not as specific as what you could do in Photoshop, but it suffices if you're trying to do something really, really basic. So you can control the size of your brush by scrolling up and down, either on your trackpad, on your mouse. And again, select the transformations that you want to do on here, and just brush it in. So as you brush, you won't be able to see it as long as you select the image. So you'll see what you can do. You'll see what the brush is actually doing to your image. It does the same thing, but you can select certain places that you put it on. So basically, these three tools are the extent of what Lightroom allows you to do in terms of localized editing, in terms of the pixels and stuff like that. It's really basic. It's still not as detailed as what you'd like it on Photoshop, but if you're trying to do something really simple and it's not too intensive, then there will be no need to do to be using Photoshop as well. So that's what I mean by like there's some overlaps in the tools that Lightroom and Photoshop provide, but obviously Lightroom is not really optimized for that, and this is the extent that it does. So with that, that's all the tools that you'll basically need in terms of photo editing in Lightroom. I'll go in a little bit into the next section of really useful shortcuts. That'll be really quick, and then we'll go into, again, like I said, the sample photos. You guys can just go ham on those, edit, and if there's any questions of like, oh, how do I do this in this certain image, that can be asked as well. So going to the useful shortcuts slide. Obviously you have Control-Shift-I, quick import. I can do that right now. And it goes to my import screen, right? Super quick and easy. So J does the clipping thing that we did, that it shows you the clipping and the histogram, so you can click that and it will engage and disengage that really quickly. The next couple, like Control-Alt-V copies the edits that I did on one image and it copies it to the next images. So if I did like something like this, something crazy to it, and then I wanted to put it onto another image that's next to it, I just do Shift, I select that other image, and then Control-Alt-V, and then it puts the edits from that one onto the previous photo. Sorry. So that's that. So if I wanted to do something like that, right? So it puts these edits onto the rest of it. Let's see. Slash is just before after. So if I did something to the image like that, like this one I did something, I would, if I select it, oh. What's going on in my Lightroom? There you go. Oh, I think I put it wrong. It's actually backslash, not forward slash. Let me pull up chat. I covered that at the beginning. Ankita, so basically, I'm I can answer right now. Yeah, Lightroom Classic is used for more desktop related tasks, so that you're importing something that's from your drive into um, Lightroom Classic, and I feel I use it. I use Lightroom Classic because I feel it has more manipulation. I'm able to control my image more specifically. Lightroom, the normal Lightroom that's not Classic, allows you to upload images to your cloud drive, right? So it just gives you more accessibility and things like that if you're trying to access your photo on your tablet to do like drawings on it or something like that. That's what Lightroom, the normal Lightroom, would let you do very easily by uploading things to the cloud. And then Lightroom Classic doesn't have that. Me personally, I do most of my work on my desktop, right? So I just use Lightroom Classic. But like I said, if you use tablets, if you're trying to, if you have no space on your computer and you want to upload things to the cloud, the Adobe Cloud, the Creative Cloud, then that's what Lightroom does for you. The normal Lightroom, not Lightroom Classic. So moving on from the shortcuts, which is yeah, shift click. Shift click is basically selecting a bunch of images, and then I think this is the one of the most important ones that like I discovered and it made my workflow super fast, is that if you do certain exposure edits to one image, and for example, if you shot something that's in the same location and it's similar lighting and you want to paste those only the exposures on there, you can just select those images, and then what you do is Control Alt Shift and M. So what that does is that it's error here because it does. I have some film photos there, but what it does is it matches the total exposures of the images together. So as you can see, so this image, it got really bright because it's trying to match the total exposure of this image, which is really in the highlights. So that's why it blew it out in the highlights, right? Obviously, if I was doing correctly, it would work out. But this is super useful in terms of if you did let's say a product shoot, and the lighting and the angle of your image is basically the same in every sort of thing, and you don't want to have to go to every single image and copy pasting and going through that and being really specific. So this function will let you copy paste those sort of things, and the system will match the total exposure, so it will do minor changes to the tone and things like that in order to get the correct exposure that you wanted from that first image and copy paste that. So it's pretty useful to make batch editing really quick. The final stuff, Control E opens your image in Photoshop, so that allows you to preserve the quality that you shot in RAW instead of exporting it and then re-importing it. So you save the quality in terms of that. And I think that's all I meant to go over. I don't know why I Shift plus, but yeah. Those are like some quick and useful shortcuts to make your workflow really fast, other than like doing like Shift select and then syncing your images, which you can select what specific edits that you want to sync onto your images. So basically those shortcuts will increase your workflow and like make photo editing in terms of batch editing like way quicker and less tedious. So with that, you have your shortcuts, useful shortcuts. You have your basic tools that you need in terms of brushes, and then you have basic understanding of exposure, tone curve, colors, etc. Importing, exporting, you have everything you need to basically start off with Lightroom. And Lightroom honestly is super fun because you get to experiment with what you want to do, right? When you're starting out, maybe you don't know what your style is and things like that. Lightroom allows you to do that. You can copy like presets from other people and test those out. Try to get your image to look like somebody that you saw on Instagram, and then based off of that, you can grow your style by taking techniques and things like that from other people. So it's really a place where you can play around with your image and just like mess around, yeah, and to get whatever you want. It's just a lot of fun, a lot of flexibility in order to satisfy your creativity. So yeah, that's basically my entire workshop. Now the rest of it is just free time to edit through the photos. Some of them are film photos, like I said. Some of them are just normal photos, and just play around with them and ask questions specific to that or anything like that. But yeah, thank you for listening to my long ramble about Lightroom. Yeah, of course. So I'll be in the drive I linked the unedited versions, and then which are raw, and then I linked the JPEG versions of the ones that I edited. So basically, you can see the before after of what I did personally during that time. And right now, I'll just go through the images as well, like at the same time as you guys, and then you guys can see what I'll be doing and things like that. Looking back at the images and re-editing them, which is be interesting because it's been a while since I've taken them. But yeah, if you want to see the before after, they're all linked in the drive as well. Okay, so if I was looking at this sort of image, I'll just talk through what I do when I look at it. So I obviously see that through the histogram that this image is super duper underexposed, and obviously it was taken at night, maybe, and with a flash, so maybe it was hard. I guess it attests to my bad handling of exposure during the shoot. Who knows? But oh well, we can salvage it, right? So if I was editing this photo, I just immediately go to the exposure and just bring everything up just to see what's there, even if it's blown out, just to see what's there. I can see that there's still a lot of detail left in the image. There's a lot of things I can do with it. There's a lot of detail in the shadows that are still there, so there's a lot of flexibility that I can still do with this image. So I just start off with making sure that my exposure is correct, everything's good, and then I'll move on to color. So I'll pull up the exposure slightly. I don't want to take it out too much because then I'll start doing a lot of grain because the information isn't there and I'm stretching the image. I'll do what I told you guys earlier of that sort of S curve starting out in terms of lowering the highlights, raising the shadows, raising the whites, lowering the blacks in order to start getting that contrast, like a little bit of contrast that I want. Don't really touch presence, like I said, because it's like a portrait. Not really touching vibrance as well. Tone curve. I will probably touch that after colors because I'm not sure exactly what I want to do with it as of right now. So I'll probably want this curve anyways. So with the tone curve, as you can see, I think that her face is extremely cold. It's really blue, really white. You can't really see any of the pigment of her face. So maybe I'd do some editing in terms of, remember I said the oranges and stuff like that, to lower it down a bit, and then I'd go back up to highlights to lower the highlights slightly to make sure it's not too overdone. Try to get some color back into her face so it's not all white. And we can play around with the hue and things like that. And I want to make sure everything's balanced in terms of not too dark, not too bright, etc., etc. And as you can see, I'm literally just playing around with numbers and things like that. And a lot of the times, that's what works because it's based off your eye, right? Trust yourself. Trust what your eye sees. And if you think it's right, if you have the gut feeling, then go with it, right? So then I'll go into my tone curve. And what I'm doing here is I'm creating points so that I have more control over the tone curve than what I had before. So again, I'll start off going with my S curve, but I'll probably not go for it, but I'll just show you what it does, right? So as you can see, it does a lot of contrast. It brings that a lot of contrast out. That's something maybe I don't want to do, you know? So I would lower the contrast and then we'll play with that. So I'll reset my curve. What I think I'll do is probably do something that is also commonly done. I'll probably raise the shadows. Raising the shadows gives it that film look because as you can see, it gets I guess diffused out. I don't know what you would call it exactly, but yeah, the shadows are raised, giving it that vintage sort of look. I'll go for that a little bit, but I don't want it to be too contrasty, right? So I will probably do something like that, you know? Again, as you can see, I'm just playing around with settings, right? And whatever feels right, I'll go with. And this is what you would be basically doing. Split toning, I think I'll just honestly go with a normal teal orange maybe, or yeah, teal orange, just to see what that looks like. Then I can play around with it. Again, I keep repeating it, but it's just playing around with a lot of the settings, seeing what feels right to you. Cool. And if I was happy with that, for example, and maybe I wanted to implement everything that I was talking about, I would just go into my radial filter, put it onto the face, make sure to click invert, make sure that it's selecting only her face, right? And then maybe I feel that it's too bright, so I could lower the highlights a little bit, but then raise the shadows, you know, do minor edits like that, right? And basically, like, that's your workflow for an image. And you could copy paste that with other images, things like that. But yeah, I guess that's a sample of like how personally I would work through something, and you can apply that to other images. But yeah, that's that. As you can see, it's a simple tool, but lots of things you can do with it.
Hi guys, so if no one has any questions, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to plug the feedback form. It's in chat. You can just, if you like the workshop, you can let us know. If you want us to make changes to make HEX even better, you can let us know. And as an incentive to fill it out, we have HEX merch. We have keychains and stickers and buttons, and we're going to pick some people who fill out the form and mail it to you for free. So if you're interested in that, please fill out the form. It really helps us out. And you can also submit any work that you made during the workshop so that we can show it to Lorenzo. I think he would really enjoy that. Thank you guys for coming. If you're interested, our next workshop is Intro to HTML and CSS, and you can learn how to build a website from scratch. Or you can go to any of our other workshops later today. Thank you.
I do. Yeah, Ankita, so saving overexposed images, it's definitely possible, right? So, if I could, I'll share my screen again if, to make it easier to show. So, if I had something like this, honestly, I think, as you can tell, this is overexposed, right? Because everything's really gray and stuff like that. So it's not like overexposed, like super overexposed, but maybe to the eye it is. Honestly, it's a lot of experimentation with it's trying to save photos. It's a lot of work on tone. Excuse me. On your basic controls in terms of lowering the highlights and things like that. Because if you lower your whites too much, there's you lose like the dynamicy of like the image. Sorry, I was in the thing. If this was overexposed, pretend like the photo was like this. I lose a lot of. The image becomes dull, right? When I lower the whites, so you can't really touch that. And then there's only so much you can do with the highlights. So it's either you lowering the exposure and seeing if the image still survives after that. There's a lot of things you can do in terms of also manipulating your tone curve with if you make a point to make it right below the highlights, it will like cut the highlights off. And I do that with a lot of film photos because I tend to see that film overexposes a lot because it's harder to control whether your exposure when you're doing everything manually and you need a light meter, etc., etc. So there's something like that you can do, some technique like that by bringing down the highlights like this and then bringing everything back to normal over here, or bringing it back to the line to try to see if that salvages it. But yeah, again, a lot of the work is like just experimenting with the tone and in highlights and whites, and then trying to get that balance right with the shadows and blacks, just to try to make the image as normal as possible, I guess you could call it. But yeah, a lot of experimentation. You could even implement using the masks and stuff like that, brushes and things like that. If you desperately need to get that image correct, in order to do some like minor things and things like that. That's basically the best you can do in Lightroom to salvage something that's overexposed. But if it's like I said, if it's completely blown out, that means there's no data left to even if you're shooting raw, if it's all blown out, and then if you hit J, and your image is already blown out as is. Sorry, let me reset my curve. So if the image comes out like that, right, with everything normal, there's no way that you can salvage the parts that are red, because the data there doesn't exist because it's clipping, right? There's nothing there. So that at that point, that's when you'd be like, ah, like I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can do this. If it was like really big, but if it's small, like you can do, like I said, you can do those techniques that I said to maybe make it okay. Yeah, I hope that helped a little bit. Perfect. I'm glad it helped in some sort of way. uh, Chini, I don't know. Sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing everyone's name, but I guess it's both. I'm using my Fuji X-T2, and then also I have some lighting going on here. I guess it combines to that. I appreciate the sentiment. You sound like a bunch of my professors. I always get called out during lectures for that. But yes, thank you. Oh no. Is this gonna be turning into like a work, like the end of the workshop is how to set up a streaming setup? I'll like link all these Amazon products sponsored.
Hi everyone. If you're here for the next workshop, we're going to be starting on Berkeley time, but you're going to need a text editor. So if you don't have one already, there's a link on the slides as well as in chat for you to download one. And you can find the slides and any other resources at the Drive link that I just put in chat.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, sweet. So it is 11:10, so we'll be starting now. Welcome to our Intro to HTML and CSS workshop. Today you'll be learning how to make a simple website using HTML and CSS. So basically, websites these days are made with many languages that are ranging in complexity. But the three basic languages that are kind of the foundations of all websites are HTML.
Yeah, I think she has cut out, so I will. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let me go send her a message. In the meantime, make sure you have everything downloaded. We'll try and figure this out as soon as we can. So Alexia has sent me a message. She said her Wi-Fi crashed. She's trying to reconnect now. We will figure out what to do if that doesn't work, but hopefully she'll be back soon.
All right, I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I am back. So sorry about that. My Wi-Fi just crashed. So why don't we get back to the workshop? All right, so HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. And basically the way that you want to think of it is a collection of objects represented by these, by these kinds of tags. So the way that you want to think of HTML is like those little Russian dolls that have like tinier Russian dolls within them and tinier Russian dolls within them. And that's kind of where you want to have all your elements represented by nested tags. And so here is an example of what HTML code looks like. It's the HTML code for the HEX workshop from last semester. So yeah. And then here's more of a more representation of HTML. So imagine that this is just a simple website with a heading and a paragraph and a picture. Well, this is what the HTML code would look like. Okay, so now we're going to move on to syntax. So like I said, HTML is characterized by open and close tags. And so you will have a specific element like your body tag, and I'll go more into what that means. But as you can see, you have an open tag and then a close tag, which is characterized by the two brackets and a slash. So that would be a closing tag. And then the open brackets would just be like this. Okay. Okay, so a paragraph tag, let's say you want a paragraph on your work on your website. So you would basically open the paragraph tags, which are highlighted here, and then kind of type whatever you want. And then this is an example of a self-closing tag. So some tags don't really have a specific name, like P for paragraphs. So sometimes they literally just need the brackets or the closing brackets. And this is an example of an image tag. So as you can see, we write IMG, and then this is the source. And then this is the name of your picture that you have. And then this is the type of the picture. All right, nesting. So like I said, HTML is characterized by a bunch of nested tags. So basically, the way that you want to think of websites is what you can see and what you cannot see. So anything that you don't want the user to see, for example, the title name of a website or something more back-end, that's where you would kind of put it. And then this is where you would put the body of your website, so what you want the user to see. And then in this body is where you would put all your elements. So it's kind of like the whole thing and then the smaller elements. And then this is just another way of representing it. So as you can see, it's just a bunch of elements within elements within elements. All right. So you want to start every single HTML document with this specific tag, and it basically tells us the document type, which is HTML, and you do not want to leave out the exclamation point. And so, yeah. And then in this HTML tag, this contains everything. So what you don't want the user to see and what you want the user to see. And you only need one instance of it, which is pretty great. And then this is the head tag. And so this is kind of where you'll put kind of, like I said, things that you don't want the user to see. So you can put links to your CSS or your JavaScript file. You can put the title of a web page. You can put the kind of like a picture in the tab that you want for your website, or like a specific like graphic design thing. You can put the author, so who so either who coded the page or who the page is for or something like that. And all of this won't show up on the website, which is pretty cool. So the body tag is, like I said, what you want the users to see, and this will have everything that you want to show your user. So Yeah, anything from paragraphs to cool pictures, things like that. And then the image tag, I kind of went over this, but it basically just embeds an image on the web page, and the way it links the image to your website is basically in this source area thing. You're basically telling the path of the image in your folder, and we'll go over this in our demo. But yeah, you're basically just telling your HTML document where the image is, so then it can then put it on the website. It's pretty case sensitive. Like if it's a PNG, but and it's uppercase, then you want to write it as uppercase, not as lowercase. And so the way that you would link an image is basically kind of if you have it in a folder within your folder, then you would link the folder and then write the name of the picture that you give it. And yeah. Okay, so div tags are what will separate content. And that's really cool, or really useful for spacing things around. Like, let's say you kind of want your picture to not be next to your text, or you want all of your text to be grouped together. Well, what you can do is you can put it in a div tag, and it's just easier to move around instead of having to like move a specific thing within your text. You can just move all of your text. And yeah. All right, demo time. In your so make sure to make a folder in your local directory and name it demo. And then within your demo folder, make another folder called IMG, and that's where you're going to place an image. And then just place a picture that you like within that folder, and go ahead and rename your picture to me. Has everyone been able to do that? If someone could say yes or no, that would be great. All right, I'm just going to assume that everyone is able to do that. Okay, sweet. All right, so now you're going to open a new file in your specific text editor, and then you're going to save it as index.html. And this is really important to save it as index.html, because otherwise your website doesn't know what the home page is. And then go ahead and save it in your demo folder. So it should look something like this. And so then we'll be, and also make sure here on the bottom, it's HTML and not something else. You can just do that by clicking on it and then kind of looking up HTML, like, yeah. So it should look something like this. Okay, so make sure it's HTML here. You can just do that, and then, yeah. Okay, so has everyone been able to do that? Okay, sweet. All right. So for the interest of time, I'm gonna have you copy code, and then I'll just kind of go through it. So go ahead and copy the code in the first portion. Do not copy the second part yet, and don't copy the 1. Just everything under the 1 and above the 2. So 1 second. Sorry, I'm still dealing with Wi-Fi issues. Okay, so it should look something like this. Does everyone have this? Yes? Okay, sweet. Okay, so basically, as you can see, we have a body. We have a doc type HTML, which tells the document what kind of website it is, what kind of document it is, sorry. We have an HTML tag that has the head tag and the body tag, so kind of the entire content of your website. And now in the body tag, we have all of our elements. So an interesting thing about HTML is that since you can group elements together, a really good practice is kind of putting everything in what we call a wrapper class. And basically what a wrapper class is it's a div element that will kind of group everything together. So let's say you want to move something on your website using CSS. Let's say you want to move it to the left a little bit. Now, instead of like moving each individual item, what you can do is you can call on this div element that sort of wraps everything together and move that to the right. So it'll wrap everything together. So basically what I've done here is the way that you want to think of a class is giving a div element or a specific element a name. It's really nice because if you have multiple div elements like we do here, well, instead of just calling on like random div, where you could be moving both of your div elements, well, instead you'd only be moving this specific one. So yeah, and we'll get more into that in a minute. All right, so now what I'm gonna have you do is make sure that you're make sure that you have the right file name. Make sure that your image matches the name that you have. And then also make sure that it matches the right file type. So does everyone have the right file type? So for example, if your image isn't a JPEG, then you would just write what the file type is here. And make sure that if your file type is in uppercase, then put it in uppercase. If it's in lowercase, then keep it in lowercase. So has everyone been able to do that? Okay, so if your file isn't JPEG, then you would just write whatever the file type is here. So you would get rid of JPEG and write the specific file type. So so Beatrix, in your case, you would just write this. Okay, and so once you've done that, make sure that you change your name to whatever your name is, and then kind of just change the paragraph to something that fits you. This is just an example that I put about myself, and so yeah, feel free to change it, put more, put less. Yeah. So I'll give you guys about 1 minute more to do that, and then we'll move on to the rest of the workshop. One last thing, basically what I've done is I've created a div that groups in all the text. Like that, it's easier to move around. And in our text, we have something called a header, which is characterized by the tags H1. So that's kind of like the biggest header you can have, or yeah. And then here we have a little paragraph. And then outside of our text class, we have just an image. So the way that the website is that you have image and text, and then it's in a big wrapper class. All right, has everyone been able to do everything? Okay, sweet. Okay. All right, moving on to CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, and it describes the way that the elements are displayed on a screen. So here we've modified the body to be to have a background color of light blue, and the header is in white, and the paragraph has this specific font family and this specific font size. So this is how you would link CSS. There are two ways of linking CSS to your file. Because CSS kind of needs HTML for the specific names, this is how you would do it. So either you have a specific like link sheet that you would put in your head area, or what you can do is in the head tag, you can put a style tag, and then you can write your CSS on the same file as your HTML file, which is pretty neat. Yeah, so those are kind of two ways of doing it. Either you want a separate file to write your CSS, or you kind of want it all in one page. So the similarities between HTML and CSS, I kind of already said it, but basically CSS will grab the name of your element, and it will, and then it will, from then it will then style it using specific attributes that I'll go into later in the workshop. So, so kind of using our example from before, this is what it would actually look like, the website. So this is a really simple example. So as you can see, the background color is light blue, the header is in white, and the text is in center, and the paragraph has a specific type of font and a specific size. Okay, so I kind of talked about CSS selectors in the beginning, but the way that you want to think about CSS selectors is div names. So CSS selectors are basically a name that you can give a div, and they're really useful for when you have multiple elements. You can also use them as, you can also give a name to an image or any other kind of element. Can you guys hear that? Sorry, 1 second. Hold on. And so there are two ways that you can kind of give a name to an element. Either you can use an ID or you can use a class. And the way that you would give a name to an ID is you would do the pound symbol or hashtag symbol, and then the name. So here we have white as the name. And then for the, or you could use a class, which I prefer to use. And then you can, and then here in your CSS file, the way that you would call on it is with the period and then the name, so pink, and then kind of give it elements. Okay, so pseudo selectors are really cool because you can kind of make your element do specific things. So using your selector name and then hover, you can hover over a specific element. You can make it do a specific thing when the link has been previously visited. When you've clicked on an element, you can make it do a specific thing as well. So if you want your element to do a specific thing when it's active, for example, you would call on its name and then active and kind of change how you'd want the element to behave when it's been clicked on. And same thing for visited and hovered. Yeah. Okay, so other CSS attributes that are that a lot of people use. This is for the height. So this is how you would assign a height to a specific element. This is a width. And basically, you could give it a specific unit and percentages. And this one is, this is supposed to be VW, not VH, my bad. So basically these two are really good if you want your website to be more responsive, so more friendly to other types of devices like an iPad or a phone. And then this is kind of the default one. This is just in terms of pixels. And so another cool one is background color. You can use orange or any color that has a hex color. I'll go into that in our demo. And then you can also change the font color or like the text color to any color that you want. Here I set it to black as an example. So the way that you want to display your elements in CSS is using the display attribute. And so there, you can display it in multiple ways. So imagine that these are elements on your website, and display block will kind of display every item under each other. And inline block will display it next to each other and under each other. And then inline will just display it next to each other. Okay. And then CSS Flex is another way of displaying elements. So again, imagine that these are elements. And then you kind of, you can put the direction that you want your elements to go in. So you would have display and then flex. And then under that, there's another attribute that you would write, which is flex direction. And then you can choose row or row reverse or column reverse. Okay, so in terms of how an element is laid out, I have a cool kind of diagram of how an image would look like, an element would look like. So if you assign it a specific height and width, it'll look like that. And then you'll have the content. You'll have padding, which is just space between the object and the frame. And then the border is just the object frame. And then the margin is kind of everything. It's the spacing between objects. So here are some margins that you can use. So you can mess with specific margins, so margin top or margin right, kind of anything that you want. And then this is supposed to be margin, not border, my bad. But you, instead of individually calling on the specific attributes or specific sides of a margin, you can call it this way as well. So here you have the same thing with borders. And so imagine that so imagine you have an ID element called broom, and the element has a specific width and height. And then the margin also has specific attributes. And as you can see, you'll have the same thing here for the border, which is really cool and pretty neat. Once again, you can kind of have everything you have in these 4 lines in this 1 line. And then it's the same thing for padding. So you can really mess around with the margins and the borders and the padding. Yeah. So CSS positioning is sort of how you want the element to be positioned on your website. So imagine you have all 3 of these are elements on your website. And this is the kind of default that all websites have. So it's just a default. Relative is relative to the size of your screen. So, or just the background, yeah. And then absolute is gonna be positioned based on another element on the screen. And so it won't really move, it'll just kind of stay in a specific spot. And then fixed will stay in the spot no matter what you're doing on the website. So imagine that you're scrolling down a website, this element will move with you as you're moving along. Yeah. Okay, demo time. All right. So all of our code will now go in the head tag. And this is kind of where we're going to do our CSS styling. And oops, sorry. And so yeah, 1 second. Okay, so going back to our Google Doc document for the interest of time, why don't you copy everything? Why don't you copy the everything that is in number 2? Do not copy the number 2 portion. And go ahead and put that. Hold on 1 second. So actually go ahead and copy everything that is this the style tag and in it. So I'll show you what it looks like in a second. So you guys should have something that looks like this. Do you guys have something that looks like this? Okay, sweet. All right, so basically what we've done here is for the whole body, what we've done here is we've set the background color to a specific hex color. I'll go into how to do that for a second, in a second. And we've aligned the items to center. We have the header over here. We've just set it to black in a specific font family. For the paragraph, we've set it to a specific hex color, and then we've kind of given it a bit of padding, and we've given it a specific font family. And for this whole class, what we've done here is we've displayed the item using flex, and we've set the flex direction to row. So the elements will kind of be in a row next to each other. So these two, so this thing and this thing will be next to each other in a row. Yeah, we've also aligned the items center. So I'm going to show you what that looks like. Hold on. So going back into your demo folder, what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to right click on your index.html folder, and then you're going to want to open your index.html file with Google Chrome, and then you'll be able to see what your website looks like. So right now, hold on. So right now you should have something that looks like this. And this is what your website looks like. Does everyone have something that looks like this? Yes? Does everyone have something that kind of looks like this, where they have a picture, they have a kind of header here, and then a little paragraph right here? Okay, I'm going to assume that everyone has that. Okay, so the way that I got this really cool, like sort of dusty rose color is I went here and I just went to Google. I typed in hex color. And then what you can do is kind of mess around with this little tab here. And then kind of mess around here. And then you'll get this really cool dusty rose color. And then you will copy this. And then for your background color attribute, you can just put that there. So yeah, you can kind of mess around with this. You can put any color that you want. It doesn't have to be dusty rose. It can be like, it's really cool yellow or orange. Has everyone been able to do that? Yes? So let's say I wanted to change my color to yellow. What I would do is for the I would just sort of copy that and then change it to that, save it. And then if we go back to Google Chrome and go here and sort of refresh, then we've changed it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to change the font family to something a little different than what we have here. And so Google is a great resource for fonts. They have this thing called Google Fonts, and you can kind of go here and get a specific, look up a certain font. And so let's say we want to use Roboto. You would go here, and then you could select this style right here, the first one, and then using the embed link, you would just copy this link, and then in your head tag, you would paste that link. So what it would look like is this. So you would put that link in the head tag right here, and what that's going to do is it's going to link the Google API so that you can use it. And then in your header, instead of having monospace, what you can do is do this, and then then that's just the sans serif version, and then save it. And then when we go back to our website, we will have a different font. See? Yeah, there you go. Has everyone been able to do that? Would you like me to go through how to do that again? So it can be a name if it's a basic color. Hold on. It can be a specific, like it can be if it's a like basic color, like you can type in blue and it'll just change it to blue, or like orange if you want to. You can do whatever you want, whatever is simplest. But that's just a, by using a hex color, you can get a larger variety of colors, and not just like basic blue, orange, red, green. So yeah, going back to our workshop. Sorry, 1 second. So has everyone been able to do that? Is anyone having any issues? Okay, 1 second. My so that concludes the end of our workshop. Another cool, if you really like this workshop and want to get more into coding websites, I highly suggest taking the web design decal here at Berkeley. I took it freshman year, and it was really eye-opening, and I learned a lot. So I highly suggest taking it. Another website that is another website that you can learn a lot from, learn more from, is called W3 Schools, and I'll link the website. This is all on the slides, but I'm having Wi-Fi troubles again, so I'm just gonna link it here. Yeah, so thank you so much for coming. Does anyone have any like last minute questions?
Someone dropped something in the chat. They said, is there a best HTML and CSS cheat sheet of all the instructions and what they do?
No, you kind of just have to practice, and kind of, you can just go online and kind of find a specific attribute that you're looking for. Again, the website that I just linked has a pretty exhaustive list of all the elements, and of all like CSS elements or cool things that you can do with CSS and HTML and even JavaScript. W3 Schools is really great for beginners. And they even have like exercises that you can practice.
So if no one has any questions, I'm going to drop a link to our feedback form in chat. If you like the website, not the website, the workshop, you can let us know. We'd love to hear from you. And as an incentive to fill it out, we have HEX merch. We have stickers and buttons and keychains, and we'll mail them to some people who fill out the form for free. We'd really love to hear your thoughts, and it helps us to make HEX better. If you are interested, our next workshop is Intro to After Effects, so you can stick around for that or go to any of our other workshops later today.
Should I start sharing my screen?
Yeah, if you have a slide with any links or anything, you can
Yeah.
put it up now.
That'd be cool. Okay, cool. So while we're waiting, if you guys don't have After Effects yet, please download. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Please download from Creative Cloud right here. Also, I have a materials folder in the Google Drive. I will put both of these links in the chat.
Don't worry, Austin. Sophie and I dropped the
Oh, okay,
Drive
okay.
link, the After Effects link, and then also if you're not a Berkeley student and you don't get Creative Cloud, then there's a free trial link in chat too.
Cool. If you have problems installing After Effects, just message the chat and we can figure it out before we start. Oh my god.
If you just got here, Sophie just dropped some links in the chat to the drive with all the materials you need to download for the workshop, the instruction to download After Effects if you haven't done that already. And if you're not a Berkeley student and don't get Creative Cloud, there's also a free trial link in there.
Can you still see my screen?
You're good.
Okay, cool. So yeah, for those who join, please make sure you have After Effects downloaded. You'll have about like 10 minutes because I'll make a short presentation first. And then also make sure you download the materials. Yeah, we'll get started in a few seconds. Okay, cool. So, yes. Welcome to After Effects HEX Workshop. So, just a reminder, I don't know if anyone just joined, but please download After Effects and the materials folder. In the Google Drive, I also put a troubleshooting doc that has like some common issues that people found when I did my like run-throughs. So if you have a question, it might be in that doc. And also, these slides are also in the folder. And if you see an animation on the slide, I put a few like bullet points in the speaker notes telling you like some key techniques or effects that you would want to use to create that effect, to create the animation. So if you're curious and you want to check it out afterwards, you can do that. And yeah, so let's start. So what is After Effects? So After Effects is the industry standard software that people use to make anything from a simple animation like you see on the left to a super complex like visual effects that you see on the right. So After Effects is actually really good for just something simple like this. You can make this very quickly, it's very efficient. It's also efficient for what we call compositing, which is when we take a bunch of like raw footage and like stack it on top of each other, which is what the special effects artists do. And yeah, so here's some basics and terminology that I'll be using. First is the layer. So layers are the building blocks of After Effects. They're individual objects. So if you use Illustrator, it's different from the Illustrator layers. It's more like Photoshop, where like each one is its own thing. There's a few types. The most common ones that we'll be using today are the text, solid, shape, and adjustment layers. And if you want to get into more advanced like visual effects, you might have to use the null layers or the light and the camera layers. But we won't be using that today. And basically, so each layer is an individual object and each one contains its own like set of properties. So these properties can stay the same throughout your entire project, or you can change it over time. And basically each property defines a certain attribute of the layer, such as like the position, size, color. And if you decide to add an effect to your layer, the effect will also bring in a huge list of new properties that you can tweak around. And so basically all the layers are kind of like grouped inside what we call a composition. So compositions are kind of like artboards in Illustrator, or if you use Figma, they're kind of like frames where you can like, the thing about it is that you can like stack a composition in another composition. And this helps you kind of like clean up your workspace a little bit because you don't want all your layers in one composition. It's going to give you a headache in the end when you're trying to like scroll through like 30 or 50 layers. So you want to split it up. Something like, my example is like a bird. If you want to animate a bird flying through the air, you would want a single composition for the flying bird and all of the animations associated with the bird, like the flapping wings or like maybe head tilting, stuff like that. You put that all into one composition. And then for everything else, like the background, maybe you want like trees swaying in the background or like clouds flying by. You would want to put that in a different composition. And then in the end, you would create a third composition that I usually call the main composition. And you would bring your other two compositions into that single main composition. And this cleans it up a lot because you don't have like 50 layers in one. You just have stacked compositions in a single main composition. And this is basically like a very simplified rendition of the interface right here, just so you can visualize it. So on the very outside, we have our composition, and inside each composition, we've got our layers. And inside each layer has its own set of properties. I only put 2 here, but usually it's like a lot. So next is the concept of a keyframe. This is one of the most important concepts in After Effects. So what keyframes are is basically they're like markers, and they allow you to they like store the current value of your property at that point in time. So you basically lock the information in each keyframe, and you can place keyframes at different points in time, and After Effects will interpolate between the values that you set at each key point, at each keyframe. And that's basically how you animate things. You would put like, if you want to animate something going from left to right, you would put a keyframe for the position on the left, and then a keyframe for the position on the right. And then in between, After Effects will animate the movement between the 2 keyframes. And lastly are the effects, which is what After Effects is known for, obviously. So effects are basically what you like apply to each layer. And essentially what it does is it introduces a whole new list of properties that you can adjust. And usually effects have a lot of properties. For example, this is the add grain effect. This is the add grain effect. And you can see that there's so many properties. And this isn't even like the most. But yeah, I roughly split it up into these 3 categories. You've got like the ones where you can choose directly from like a drop-down menu or like a checkbox. And you've also got ones that like they're continuous values over a range. And you can like slide between the values. And then finally, sometimes you have like grayed out properties, and you might freak out at first, like why is it grayed out? But it's usually because it's linked to another like property like this one. For example, like I checked monochromatic, which means it's black and white. So like it makes sense that I shouldn't be able to edit the RGB values because we're in black and white. So that's an example to look out for. Okay, so that was a very basic introduction. And if you want to learn more, here are a few YouTube channels that I really enjoy learning from. If you're into like classic animation, like shapes and stuff, or if you like that, he specializes in that like construction paper kind of aesthetic. If you like that, you can check this guy out. He makes really good tutorials. Ignis Alea and Curta Crew, they make more like heavy like special effects like you would see in that action movie or like sci-fi movie. Justin Odisho and Cinecom, they make more like practical effects, like something you would see in everyday videos, like maybe like a music video or I don't know, something to spice up your vlogs or something. So if you're interested in that, you can check these 2 out. And yeah, so first we're gonna animate this simple bouncing ball. The reason I'm starting with the bouncing ball is because they say that if you wanna study animation, the first thing that they make you learn how to do is the bouncing ball, because it's a very like, it looks really simple, but it shows you, or it shows how much you understand like how things move, how well you understand physics. And then after that, depending on how much time we have, we'll try to animate this starting from a template that I provided in the drive. If we don't have enough time, I'll just go ahead and finish it in front of you guys, and then you can try to follow along. If not, you can watch the recording and figure out from there. And yeah, so hopefully everyone has downloaded After Effects by now. And make sure you know where the materials folder is on your computer. Does anybody need more time? I'll wait like a few seconds. not. I'm gonna go ahead and open up After Effects. Are you seeing my After Effects on the screen? Cool.
Yeah, you're good.
Takes a few seconds to load. All right, so when you first open After Effects, you might have this like pop-up window. It says like home right here. You can go ahead and close that out until you just have like this big window in the back. If yours doesn't look like mine, go ahead and go up to Window, Workspace, and make sure you have animation selected so that we have the same workspace to work from. All right. Is anyone having trouble opening After Effects? If you get like any error messages, just close it. It doesn't really matter. Okay. So right now, it's like a blank window, and you can't do anything until you create a composition. So let's go ahead and create a composition. But you can click here, or you can do Command M, or I think on Windows it's Control N. So I'm just gonna click here. We're gonna name it Main. It's always good to have good naming conventions so you're not confused later. So I'm calling this my main composition. Make sure it's 1920 by 1080. Frame rate 29.97. And then down here, make sure your duration is 2 seconds. So I'll copy this time code into the chat because it's the numbering convention is kind of whack in After Effects. So just make sure it's 2 seconds. And then go down here and change your, actually it doesn't matter what color your background is. I just made mine white. So you can make yours white too. You can just type in 6 Fs to make it white. And once we have everything set up, go ahead and click OK. And now you'll see our composition show up in this middle section. So this panel right here is called our composition panel. It's basically where you'll see everything. Like it's like a preview of what you're making. And then over to the left right here is our project panel. And basically this is where all your footage will be. If you import any files, like you right click, go to import, and then file. If you import anything, it'll show up here. The other way you import is go to file, import file. Or you can also literally just like drag something inside from your like folder and it'll import in. And then the next tab right next to it called effect controls. You only use this if we have an effect applied. Otherwise, you don't really need this window. Anyway, moving down here to the timeline. This is where you can scroll through your timeline to like go to different parts of your animation. So right now it's going from 0 seconds to 2 seconds because we made our composition 2 seconds long. And basically like what happens is if you create a layer here, you don't have to follow what I'm doing right now, I'm just showing you. If you create any layers down here, it'll show up on your timeline. And then like, if you have like a bunch of layers, it'll just be here. So I'm gonna delete those. And then finally on the right side, we have just like all of our miscellaneous windows, our panels. We're not gonna be using any of these today. These are for like this is for like text. These are for text. This is for like distribution, audio, stuff like that. But yeah, we won't use those. So next is the toolbar on top. Like there's a lot of tools here, but we really are only gonna need like a few of them. The first one is the selection tool. It's the most basic tool. Shortcut is V. Basically what you can do is just move things around with your selection tool. or you can click on things, select them. The next one is the hand tool, or H. This allows you to move your view around. This is only useful if you're like zoomed in and you need to move around, because you can't actually just scroll around, because scrolling in After Effects zooms you in and out. And yeah, so the next one is the zoom tool. But like I said, you don't really need this because you can just zoom in. You can skip these. Next one is this one. So you might not have the same tool as I do, but it's the one right to the left of the pen tool. So if you click and hold, there's many options. This entire thing is called the shape tool. But within the shape tool, you can have rectangles, rounded rectangles, ellipse, polygons, and stars. You can also just use Q and cycle through the shapes until you reach the one that you want. So yeah, this allows you to like draw a shape like that. And then next one is the pen tool. It's the classic pen tool. Also allows you to draw shape. And the next one is the text tool, or the horizontal type tool. It's Command T, or I think Control T. And you can basically just start typing. Click on the screen and start typing. And yeah, those are basically all the tools that we'll be using. So our first task is to make the bouncing ball. So our first thing we need to do is create the circle. So let's go to the ellipse tool by clicking on the rectangle and going down to ellipse tool, or you can use Q. And now that we have our ellipse tool activated, go ahead and somewhere here on the top, just click and hold and drag out to the right, and hold Shift while you're at it to make it a perfect circle. And you can let go, and now you've created a circle. And it also appears down here in your timeline as shape layer 1. So our first step is actually to rename our layer, because we want to make sure all our layers are labeled correctly or labeled intuitively. So to rename, just go down here, select the layer, hit enter on your keyboard, and let's rename it circle. And then hit enter again. So now our circle is our circle. Now let's just go back to our selection tool. Like I clicked V. You can also go back up here. And now we want to animate a bouncing ball, right? So there's only one property that we need to change over time, which is the Y position. But if you actually look down here, if you go to this drop-down menu under Transform, and you look at all the properties listed down here, there's only a property called position. And if you look to the right, you'll see 2 values associated with it. This is because the left one is the X position and the right one is the Y position. But they're linked right now. And we don't want them to be linked. We want to have full control of each component. So to split them up, we're gonna have to enter a new viewing mode that is called the graph editor. And to do that, make sure your position is selected. Go here to, it should say graph editor. It's this icon right here. Click on it. And you'll see, you should see something like this. Does everyone have a red line and a green line? If nobody responds, okay, yeah. So a red line and a green line. If you don't have a red line and a green line, go down here to the second one called Choose Graph Type and Options. Click on it and make sure you're on edit speed. Make sure on edit value, not edit speed. So if you're on the edit value graph, you'll see 2 lines, a red one and a green one. The red one corresponds to the X position over time, and then the green one is the Y position over time. So like I said, we don't want the X position. So let's go ahead and split them up. So go here, make sure your position is selected. Go down here to this icon right here. It should say separate dimensions. Click on it. And then now you'll notice that we no longer have a single position property. We now have X position and Y position. And first, let's deselect everything by just clicking outside somewhere here. Now let's go back to our Y position. So just click on the Y position. And remember, to animate something over time, we need to make keyframes. So let's make our first keyframe by clicking this stopwatch right here. And you'll notice that a square pops up where your cursor is. Hopefully your cursor was at 0. If it's not, just undo and then move to 0 and then make your keyframe again. So once you have that here, that basically locks the initial position inside this keyframe at this point in time. And now we want to move forward in time to maybe like 1 second right here. And we want to move our circle down. So let's go ahead and go up here. Make sure you're on selection tool. Select your circle, hold it, and go ahead and hold shift while you move it down to somewhere here. This is where our ground will be. And let go. And you'll see that our green line is our Y position. And now it's changing value over time. So the annoying thing about After Effects is the coordinate system starts, or the coordinate system has 0, 0 right here. So actually, in increasing Y value means you're actually moving down. So that's why this graph is actually increasing over time, even though our ball is falling. But that's just something to get used to. So you might have your X position and Y position selected again. And we just want Y position. So go ahead and deselect by clicking out here. And click on your Y position again. And now you should only have one green line. So now that our ball has, oh, yeah, okay, I'll just undo. So going back a step, make sure your cursor is at 1 second. Click on the circle, hold it, hold shift also, so that it moves in a straight line. And go ahead and drag it down to wherever you want your floor to be. And let go. Is that cool? Yeah, okay. So yeah, deselect and click on your Y position again. So now we just have our Y position over time. And now we want our ball to bounce back up, right? So let's go to the end, somewhere here, as far to the right as possible. And let's go ahead and copy, click on your first keyframe right here. Copy it, Command C or Control C. And over here, paste it, Command V or Control V. And you should see our line is now going up and coming back down. And the reason why this is like, the reason why the ball moved back to the same spot as before is because we copied the value of the Y position over to 2 seconds right here. So now if you scroll back and forth, or you can play it by pressing space, you'll see that our ball is now moving up and down. But you'll notice one thing about it is that it looks very unnatural. Like this is not how a ball would fall over time. Because right now it's moving at a constant velocity. And we don't want that. We want it to increase in velocity over time. And so to do that, you can hit space to pause. To do that, we don't want this to be a straight line. We want this to be a curve. And to enable curves, go ahead and select all 3 of your keyframes. You can hold shift to select multiple keyframes. So once you have those 3 selected, go ahead and go down here to Easy Ease, which is the 3rd one from the right. And once you click on that, you'll notice that it's no longer a straight line. Now each point has handles. And this allows us to change our shape into a curve of whatever shape we want. So go ahead and click right here to deselect. And now we just want to change our middle point. So click our middle point. Let's grab the left handle and drag it down here, around here. It doesn't have to be perfect. And once that's down here, now let's grab our right handle and try to make your thing symmetric. So I'll put that like right there. And now if you visualize this curve upside down, you'll see that this makes sense, right? This is a ball falling over time. It's gonna start high and it's not gonna change in Y position very much in the beginning. And then it gains speed over time. And at the very bottom, it'll make a hard bounce and bounce back up. And then it'll reach 0 velocity at the top again. So now if you play it back, press space and play it back, now it looks a lot more natural, like a real bouncing ball. Are there any questions? Is everyone able to recreate this? Nice, okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pause. So yeah, that's literally it. It's very simple. This is how you make a bouncing object. It doesn't have to bounce. If you wanted to move in any other way, you would just go here to the graph editor and just move your points around to make it move however you want. And that's basically it for the bouncing ball. I'm gonna go ahead and close this. You can save it if you wanna like refer to this in the future, but I'm gonna close it by going to File, Close Project. The thing about After Effects is if you just exit out, it's gonna quit the entire application, which is super annoying. And then also if you like use like Command W, it's only gonna close your composition, which is also really annoying. So if you just wanna close your project, you have to go to File, Close Project, and there's no shortcut for it, which is also really annoying. But yeah, I'm just gonna close the project and I will not save it, but you can save it if you want. Yeah, so let's, if there's no questions, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the logo animation. So go ahead and find your materials folder that you should have downloaded. And then inside the logo animation folder, you'll find the logo animation template file. So go ahead and double click on that to open it. And your screen should look something like mine. All right. So I already pre-made a lot of things here. Just for reference, this is what the finished product is, if you forgot. Okay, so let's go ahead and make that. So if we go over to the text composition right here, right now you should be default on the main composition. Let's go over to the text composition, click on that to enter. And then you'll see our text here. So you can drag along to see how the things move over time. You'll notice that one letter is not moving. And that's the one that we want to animate together. So go ahead and open up your dropdown next to your text layer. Open it up. And just go down, just follow my cursor down here to this position right here. Hopefully everyone can find that. There's like a lot of lines, but you just want this one. And once you have position selected, go ahead and move your cursor down to our first marker. I marked where the end should start falling. Go ahead and create your first keyframe. Now move forward in time to our second marker. And because this is a shape layer, not a normal layer like we were using, we can't just like there's like multiple like components inside the shape layer. So we can't just simply drag it this time. We have to go down here to the position, go to the second text box right here. And if you click on it and drag it to the right, it'll increase the value for you. So let's just go ahead and drag to the right until our end disappears out of the screen. Okay, so now that it disappeared, you can go back and see our N is now also following the other letters. Yeah. Now the thing is, like I said before, this is a very unnatural movement. Right now it's moving at a constant velocity, but we want it to accelerate over time, right? So we'll go ahead and go into the position, click on position. Let's go into the graph editor. And I'm not sure what view your versions are defaulted to. Hopefully yours looks like mine. If it doesn't, go to the second icon right here and make sure you have edit speed graph selected. So this time we're not editing the value, we're editing the speed. So if you can visualize something accelerating over time, or if you like know physics or anything, like a constant acceleration over time is basically constantly increasing velocity over time, right? So if we have our speed graph or our velocity graph or whatever, we want this to be a straight increasing curve to make it a constant acceleration. Yeah, you guys love physics, right? So let's go ahead and click on the first point right here. You can move it to the right or left, whatever. Grab the first keyframe, click on it, hold shift while you move it, and just move it down to 0. The 0 is the dashed line. And once it's here, you'll see that now our velocity curve starts at 0 and increases over time to, it should be like 920 something pixels per second. And this is an awkward curve. We don't want this, we want a straight line. So to do that, go ahead and grab this handle right here and just also like hold shift while you're at it. Just drag it as far to the right as you can. Just like that. It doesn't really matter if you accidentally move it up and down a little bit. And then go ahead and grab this left handle right here. And also hold shift while you're at it. And just drag it until your curve becomes somewhat of a straight line. You can adjust it a little bit to make it like straighter. So that's pretty good. So now you'll see that our value increases in a straight line over time. So the velocity increases in a straight line, which means that now it'll fall at a constant acceleration. So now if you play it back, our N looks more natural. Okay, so that's the falling. I also wanted it to like slightly rotate over time as it falls, because in nature, like things aren't symmetric. So when something falls, it doesn't always just fall like perfectly straight. Sometimes it like twists in the air. So if you want to try to recreate that, go ahead and you can close the graph editor, like clicking it again. Let's go down here to rotation. Click on rotation. Make sure your indicator is on the first marker. Let's set a keyframe. Let's go forward in time to the second marker. And let's just enter a value right here. Click the second text box. Let's make it like, I don't know, like 4 degrees, whatever. So that over time, it'll increase, it'll like twist just slightly, 4 degrees. And now our animation looks a lot more natural. And does anyone have any questions? We are done with the text composition. If there's no questions, I'm going to move on to the circles. So we're done with the text. Let's click over here to the circles. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Okay. Now, if you scroll over time, you'll see how this animation progresses. it like kind of does that. Yeah. It's a lot of, this is like a little bit more complex motion. So I just finished it for you guys. But if you want to go back and check what I did, you can open it up, or you unlock it first, open it up, go to X and Y position, and you can open the graph editor to see like, oh, just how did I move the X over time versus how did I move the Y over time? And how does that correspond to the movement up here? So if you're curious about that, you can check it out. But I just went ahead and finished it because it would take too much time. So that's just how it moves over time. And right now it's black, just so you can see like how it's moving. But actually, we don't want it to be black. So let's go ahead and turn off the visibility layer right here. So on the second line, go to the very left, and where you see the eyeball, go ahead and deselect it. So now it should mostly disappear. And that's all we need to do here. Let's go back to our main composition and bring everything in. So right now it's blank because we haven't added our text and our circles in yet. So let's go ahead and go to our project panel, grab your text composition right here, and drag it in like that. And now let's go to here, let's find our circles, and let's also drag that in. I'm gonna put it on top of the text, like that. Okay, so now you can see the text. You can not see the circle, but that's fine. It's because we haven't filled in. Right now it's like a white object and we haven't filled it in. So in order to fill it in, we need to add a new layer called a fill. So let's go ahead and, in this little region right here, right click, go to new, and go to solid. And let's name it circle fill. And you can keep it white. It doesn't matter what color it is right now. So once we have that, go ahead and hit OK. Now you'll see it appear here. We don't want that there. We want it under the circle. So let's go ahead and drag it down under the circle layer. And now you'll still not be able to see anything. But that's because we first need to add a color to it. So go ahead and make sure your circle layer is selected. Go up here to Effect, and go down to Generate, and go down to Fill. Has everyone got that? So Effect, Generate, Fill. And now you'll see it probably will turn red for you, but we don't want this red. So let's go ahead and go here, click on this eyedropper, and let's select our nice, like, I don't know how to call that color, but yeah, the second one. And now you'll see our screen turn pink-ish, and you'll see our 3 circles. But we don't want that. We want the pink to fill in the 3 circles. So let's go ahead and go down here, back to our timeline. Go down here to toggle switches and modes. Click on that. Go to this column under TRK MAT or track matte. And on your circle fill one, click in and select Luma Matte Circles. So once you click that, you'll see that now it's been inverted. Now the circles are filled up with the color, and there's no longer any color on the outside. And now we're basically done with the circles layer. Let's go ahead and toggle switches modes again. Let's go ahead and go here to these 3 boxes. Click the first and the third box. The first one enables motion blur. The second one makes it a 3D object, which I won't explain too much. It's more advanced stuff. But yeah, just make it a 3D object by clicking the first and the third. And our background is still plain white, which is, we don't want that. We also want to fill up the background. So let's go ahead and make another layer by right-clicking down here. Go to New, and go to Solid. So now let's name this background. And you can also keep it white. Hit OK. And we want our background to be underneath everything. So let's go ahead and drag it all the way down here. And now we want to do the same thing as we did before. Have your background selected. Go up to Effect. Your fill should be right here since it's the most recent one. But if it's not for some reason, just go back to Generate, Fill. And you should see it turn red again. This time we don't want red, or we don't want the second color, we want the first off-white color. So go ahead and eyedrop that color. And now you should see the background turn into this nice off-white. Now that we're done with that, let's go ahead and do the same thing as we did with the circle layer. Oh, sorry. If I told you to change the circle fill, it shouldn't be these ones. It should be the one above. So actually go to the circles object and click the first and the third box. Sorry about that. Yeah. And then go down to the text layer and also click the first and the third box. So now your thing should look something like mine. And now we're basically done. Let's go ahead and enable our camera by going to our camera layer and turning it on. And you'll see that it should have shifted a little bit. It's because I added a camera to make some artificial camera movements. You also see that if you like scroll forward in time, our circles are kind of blurry. And to fix that, let's go ahead and go to your circles layer, not your circle fill, go to your circles layer. And in this column, click on the second box. And now you should see our circle is now nice and crisp. And same thing with the text. Go down to the text and click on the second box. So now that we have that, we're basically done. But if you watch back my finished version, you'll see that when the balls collide at the end, I also like kind of switched the colors. So we can also do that with keyframes. You can do anything with keyframes. So let's go ahead and open up your circle fill layer by opening up your dropdown. Go to Effects, go to Fill, and now you can see our color property. And we just want to change this over time. So go ahead and drag your indicator over to the collision marker. It should be marked red. And click the stopwatch on the color. Now let's drag one frame forward. And let's go ahead and use this eyedropper to select our new color, which will be the off-white right here. So it should disappear because it blends in with the background. So now that we have that, we're done with the circle. Let's go down here to the background, open it up, go to Effects, go to Fill, and you'll also find the color here. So let's step back to our red marker, click on the stopwatch, move forward one frame, and let's go ahead and select with our eyedropper, let's select this color. Cool. So now if you look back and forth between a single frame, it swaps colors. And that's basically it. So you can go ahead and close our dropdowns, close the circle fill. And if you play it back, it'll take a long time to load, but if you do take the time to play back, it'll look more or less like my finished version. There's a few effects that I included here called posterize time. I'll just briefly explain it, what it means. So if you enable posterize time, Now, instead of playing 30 frames per second, it only plays every other frame. And that gives it like that really like choppy, old animation kind of feel. If we go down here to grain and turn that on, you'll notice that now our thing is like kind of fuzzy if you zoom in. It's got some grain. I also did that to make it look more like a realistic animation. If you go down to here to lens warp, you can turn that on. It's kind of hard to, it's a very subtle effect, but basically like if you look, I'm gonna change the resolution. If you look like over time, our innovative design, like text kind of like bends, like kind of warps. That's the lens warp effect. And yeah, once we have that, we're done. Make sure your circles layer is not turned on. We don't want it to be turned on. And now if you can go ahead and reduce your resolution to like a quarter and press space to start loading. And then give it some time and let it play back. So right now it's loading. And yeah, I'll play back by pressing space again. And you see that, nice. It's exactly like the finished version. I also added these markers. If you wanted to go back and add in the sound effects that I provided in the sound effects folder, you can drag it in at these markers. I marked it for you, but we're not going to do that. Yeah, so a few minutes left. Does anyone have any questions? Are there any like effects that you really want to learn how to do? I can like guide you through the basics. Or like if this didn't work out, you can let me know and we'll try to fix it. Yes, stream faces on Spotify. Subtle plug. Okay. So if there are no questions, we are done. I hope you learned something. I hope you're interested in animation now and you will continue to learn it. I provided like those YouTube channels on the slides. So if you want to learn more, those are great YouTubers to learn from. So yeah, thank you.
Hi, I do have a question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but this might be too long to answer, but I was just wondering, like, you know how in some like YouTube videos where there's like a camera that moves around where like the object moves? Like, for example, you can see this in like a dance choreography where like the entire frame moves along like how the person's body moves. And like,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
tracks
and
it, right?
I wanted to search for that effect, but I don't know what it's called.
Okay, it's if you go down to the right side, it should be on the, okay, just kidding, it's not on the right side. But it's literally called like motion tracking. So if you search up After Effects motion tracking, it should pop up.
Oh, okay.
It's honestly really simple. Like After Effects has done all the work for you. You literally just click a button and it'll track the motion over time.
Oh, okay.
And then you can like drag things to like link onto it and then it'll move along with your object.
All right, I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is anyone else curious about any effects? Oh, okay. If you want to export it into a video file when you're done, you have to go, make sure you're on your main composition. Go up to composition, go down to add to render queue. And it should open up a new tab. I have way too many here. But yeah, it should show up here and you can adjust some settings. I usually go here to lossless and I change my format to where is it? Apple ProRes 422. Hit OK. Since we don't have any audio, you can go ahead and turn the audio off. And then the rest you can leave as is. Hit OK. And then output, you select here. And then you can choose a folder to export it to. And your file format should be .movie. And then you can name your file, and then once you're done, save it. And then once all your settings are done, click on your main, and then go here and hit render. And it'll start processing your file. And then once it's done, it'll show up as a movie file in your folder. Yeah. Cool. I think I'm out of time, so I'm gonna stop sharing.
I'm going to send the feedback form in the chat. Sorry. So if you enjoyed this workshop, please fill that out and let us know if you have any suggestions for how we can make HEX better. And as an incentive, if you fill out the feedback form and you live in the US and you're interested, we can ship you some HEX goodies. So please fill that out. And also our next workshop is Web Shader Basics. So if you're interested in that, please stay in the Zoom call. Thank you.
Hi everyone, while we're waiting for the workshop to start, so if you just dropped links in the chat where you can find the code pen with the code that you're going to be following along with, as well as the full code with everything done if you need to reference it while you're working on it.
Oh, okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, sick. Well, Josh wants me to tell me a bit about myself.
Okay, I'm gonna
Well,
record this.
oh, okay. I'm Kenny Chen. My real name is Kenneth, actually, and I was named after my dad's college professor. He went to Sam Houston State University, which is in Houston, which is in Texas. Um, and like, yeah, as a result, I was born in Texas, in Houston specifically. But I actually moved to Georgia after like a year. So like I'm like a southern guy, you know. Um, but yeah, now I go to school at UC Berkeley and like I study like computer science and I'm a senior. And yeah, so maybe talking a bit about my relationship with Josh. Me and Josh have known each other for maybe 3 semesters now, I would say. Correct me if I'm wrong, Josh. Um, but I met Josh for the first time at Innovative Design Retreat, where he was talking about with Renee who the best Jonas brother is. And like all I remember is like the debate was like extremely heated. And yeah, that was like my first impression of
People
Josh.
saying that Kevin Jonas is the best one.
Oh,
Which is
yeah.
like I don't think there's a right choice, but there's definitely a wrong choice, and it's Kevin Jonas.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Josh. Yeah, who even is Frankie?
Oh,
I don't even think people think about that guy.
yeah, man. Poor Frankie.
Kevin. Oh,
Miss
wait.
Jonas. Fun
Did I
fact.
stop the screen share? Okay,
No,
I can
it's
share it.
still shared.
Oh, it's still shared?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Uh-huh.
What else was I gonna say?
Well, is anybody else in here from Georgia, perhaps?
Oh, that's actually a really good question. If you're from Georgia, put a yes in the chat, or you could speak up, I guess, if you're bold enough to do so.
Yeah. If nobody here is from Georgia, anybody from the South?
Oh, another good question.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm full of good questions. You'll see, Kenny.
Wait, yeah, please ask a lot of questions, like just interrupt me. Like, I'd rather you interrupt me because I don't think I'm going to use the full time, to be quite honest.
Oh yeah, Kenny really likes talking. Like, so he wants to talk to you guys.
Oh, I don't know about that, but yeah, just interrupt like immediately if anything makes no sense. Oh wait, Sophie was born in Virginia?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
New Jersey is very not South, Mark.
wait, that's like the north,
That's that is
I
very.
think.
I feel like the most South comment right now is Christian. I am from the south of California.
Wait, what about Virginia? Isn't that kind of south? Or
Is
is it not? I don't know the geography.
yeah,
I think it's the South.
Okay, well, anyway, it was good knowing about you guys, but now we should probably start this presentation that I put together. And before we start, I want to thank you guys for coming out, you know, on a Sunday afternoon to take like, you know, an hour to listen to what I'm about to present. And I really appreciate that. Yeah, anyway, today I'm gonna be like going into a very high level explanation of like what web shaders are and what shaders are more generally. Um, so this is my first slide where you can find like the full code and also a blank template where I'm going to be filling out later after explaining a bit of like the concepts. And in the background is like a shader I implemented a while back that I really like that makes this cool pattern thingy. And maybe I'll show you guys it in action towards the end of the presentation. Okay, let's go to the second slide. Okay, so our first and probably most important question, because we're talking about shaders, is what is this shader? Like, what exactly are we talking about here? So maybe to give some context before we start, there are like two types of shaders that are mainly used in like computing graphics effects and like other things. So the first is called the vertex shader, which you can like see here in this illustration of the graphics pipeline. And the second is the fragment shader, which is like over here, which is done towards the end of the pipeline. And the vertex shader, we're like not going to talk about, but I'll like tell you guys, it just basically defines the points of this geometry that we pass into like our rasterization program. And we're mainly going to be talking about the fragment shader. And by fragment, we basically mean like the pixel. So these two terms can be used interchangeably. And we're mainly going to be using the fragment shader and like coding we're mainly going to just be programming a fragment shader today, which essentially like defines the appearance of the geometry that you created from the like shape assembly and vertex shader parts of the pipeline. And what exactly is a shader for? So a shader is like in most contexts refers to like the like some program that like calculates really complicated like rendering effects. So like if you see like a lot of like really realistic lighting in like movies, for example, that's probably calculated using some shader program. There's a lot of like other things like post-processing and like various other random stuff that probably also uses shaders. And the cool thing about these programs is that they're like all like run in parallel on your graphics processing unit. So like these like 3D math and like graphics computations are just like extremely efficient these days, like with the advent of GPUs and stuff like that. So like instead of like running everything on your CPU where like the pixel array is like traversed one by one, you're like computing you're computing like the like pixel color at each pixel in parallel. So like yeah, you're doing it like multiple orders of magnitude faster. And yeah, that's like basically what a shader is. And now we'll maybe talk a bit about how to program these thingies. So the first question is what do we use to program shaders? So in our example today, I'm going to be using GLSL, which stands for the OpenGL shading language. Um, there's like other shading languages like HLSL, which is like, I believe it was like created by Microsoft for their like, I think it's called Direct 3D, which is a 3D API. They're like basically analogous to each other, but we're going to be using GLSL for our web-based graphics applications. And so as you can see, this is like a hello world example for shaders where we just like output a single color for each pixel. And if you noticed, this looks really similar to like a C program. And like GLSL, HLSL, all these like shading languages are like pretty low level because they have to like interface with the GPU and stuff like that. So we'll be like coding up this hello world example as well as like slightly more complicated examples as like we build that framework. Yeah, so for the next slide, maybe to explain a bit more about like the specific variables and like intricacies of like GLSL and shading languages in general. So as I said before, the syntax is really similar to C, and there's like a single main function that returns a single color for the pixel we're looking at. So as we saw in the previous slide, we're like setting the color of the pixel here to the RGB value 100, which represents red. And as we saw in that previous slide, that final pixel color is assigned to a global variable, which is reserved, and it's called GL_frag color. And there's like also a bunch of other reserved like functions, variables, and types that we like can use to like manipulate other things. For example, there's a GL_frag chord, which represents the coordinate of the current fragment we're at in our window. And like vec4, which essentially represents a length 4 vector, and float, which is just like a float. And there's like other functions, for example, like there's a built-in absolute value function, a sign function, and like yeah, there's just a lot of like math operations that will probably help you in programming these things. Yeah. Okay, now part 3. So now that we've kind of have a okay idea of how shaders operate using the computer's graphics processing unit, which kind of manages all of these parallel threads and assigns the colors to each pixel, we want to bring up this idea of the uniform. So what exactly is a uniform? It turns out it's really like beneficial to be able to pass things from the CPU to the GPU. And the way we do this is exactly using this uniform paradigm. So maybe to define what a uniform is, a uniform is a it's essentially like an equal read-only input to each of our fragments. So these values are like kept constant across all computations of each pixel. And like this is a good interface between the CPU and GPU. And the way we define these uniforms, as we'll see later, it's using this syntax. So first we use the keyword uniform, then we define the type of that uniform, whether it be like float, vec2, double, for example. And then we define the variable name. And usually we like to prepend u underscore to the variable name, just for like ease of viewing and to like make it like easier to tell that the variable we're working with is a uniform. Yeah, so now that I've kind of described all of that pretty quickly, does anybody have any questions about anything so far? Please ask if you do. If not, I'll assume we're good. Or ask in the chat. That's why we don't have any Southerners here. Oh yeah, that's probably true actually. They're all at church. I actually didn't even consider that. Okay, cool. If nobody has questions, I think I'll just continue. So next slide. Yeah, I probably like neglected to realize that this is probably kind of hard to read, but like we're going to be using the Three.js library. You can find a bit more information about it at this link I linked over here. It's clickable. And so the idea behind Three.js is that it's like an abstraction built on WebGL for like 3D graphics applications in real time on the web. And the reason this is like really awesome is because WebGL is like super low level. Like you pretty much have to define like everything yourself. And like pretty much like WebGL has no like idea about like 3D or 2D or like what shapes are or any of that stuff. And Three.js like kind of does. Like you can define like geometries using their library. So you can pretty easily define like a sphere or something in like a couple lines and add it to the scene. And like it's pretty seamless. You don't have to like calculate any of that stuff on your own. It's kind of just prepackaged into the library. And like this is also the case for like computing material appearances. So like as you can see, this object has like a cool like shading effect, which I believe is like the shading based on like the normal on the surface of the object. So like all of these things can be like computed really easily using Three.js by just calling some function or something. And another cool thing is like it's built in with like a 3D math library and orbital controls and all of that stuff. So you don't have to write any of those operations on your own. Yeah, and that's why we're going to be using Three.js. It's just a lot more accessible to most people. And it brings real-time 3D graphics to the web in a pretty friendly format. And yeah, you can make like cool thingies like this. I didn't make this, I found it on their website. But yeah, you can probably like look at their code if you want to figure out how to make this. Okay. Yeah, now that we like talked about all that, let's do like a demo type thing where we like run through like the setup of a like shader template and maybe write our first shaders. Before I start with that, does anyone want to make any comments or questions while I open that up? Okay, cool. Nobody. Sounds good. All right. Oh, thanks, Jillian. That means a lot to me. Okay, cool. All right, so this is our code template with like nothing filled in right now, except for like a basic outline. Oh, I love you too, Josh. So we're gonna be coding in JavaScript because that's the language 3JS is written in. And we're gonna be kind of working between this HTML file and this JavaScript file in CodePen. And I don't really know how to get rid of this like CSS thing, but like you can ignore that for now. Or you can ignore it like forever during this presentation because I'm not going to use it. Yeah, so you'll notice I neatly numbered these comments so you know which ones to fill out first. So because this one like says number 1, we're gonna fill that one out first. Oh, and before I like start coding, let me like kind of run through this starter code. So we first like define a bunch of stuff. This container variable is defined right here. It just kind of gets this HTML element right here and is basically like, oh, let's display everything in this div right here. And the camera, that kind of just defines like the point at which we're looking at our scene. And in this case, we just define it as like the point with Z position equal to 1. You don't really have to worry too much about this. There are like more complicated like camera effects and like different types of cameras you can use in 3JS, but we won't explore that any further for our purposes. The scene essentially like contains all the objects we're going to be working with. So we're creating a new scene here, and to populate the scene with our objects, we just like do scene.add, and it takes in that object. And our renderer today we'll be using the WebGL renderer for our purposes, and I believe there's also like an SVG renderer and like a canvas renderer, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know the differences between them, but I feel like this one's probably like the most efficient for our purposes. And we're basically like setting the like width and height of our window using this. And yeah, this is like some basic window resize handlers. Yeah, so this is called here. And these two things kind of define our animation loop. So the idea is we like redraw the frames every time with our updated buffer or our updated values and stuff. So what happens is we're calling render here, and then like it kind of loops through every time and updates things over and over. Okay, cool. Now, did that make sense to everyone? Okay, great. Feel free to interrupt me if that didn't. Okay, cool. Now let's start coding, which is like the best part. We first want to create a plane buffer geometry. And what does that mean? So in 3GS, a geometry is just a definition of like the object structure. And in our case, we want to use the plane geometry because our shaders are going to be just visualized on a 2D plane. Like this window over here, it's just like a 2D type of thing that we're going to be showing our shader on. And the buffer word, that we won't be getting too much into that, but it's essentially like an efficient implementation of geometry using like this data structure that we won't be talking about. But anyway, so to create this, we define it using the following. Let's just call it geometry. Also, like if like this JavaScript syntax doesn't make sense to you, or like you're rusty with JavaScript, just like speak up and I can hopefully explain things. So we kind of just define this using like the regular way we define JavaScript objects. And so we do like new, and we have to use like the 3 keyword because we're referencing the 3.js library. And to get the plane buffer geometry object, we just call plane buffer geometry. And this takes in the width and the height of our window. And I believe because like the way our camera is set up, the width is like 2 by 2 or something like that. So we have to do 2, 2 as a width and height. So nice, now we got our geometry, and it's like basically just like a flat sheet looking thing. And yeah, so now we'll create the uniforms. And remember how we like talked about the uniforms in our slides? They're kind of just like things we pass from the CPU to the GPU that we want to be constant across all pixel computations. And so like, let's think, like what would we possibly want to like pass in as these values? Usually a good thing to pass in first is the screen resolution. So like that would be like the width and height value of the screen or the like current window we're working with. And we can store this in like a 2-length vector, and we'll like go over how to do that. And so when we're using 3.js, we want to define the uniforms as an array that maps the uniform to all of its like metadata or like information. So let's do that. So it's some dictionary. And for now, we want, let's just define the resolution as a uniform. So we like to append this U underscore to denote it's a uniform. And so this maps to a bunch of data about the uniform. So usually we just like to specify the type of that uniform and the initial value of that uniform. So in our case, for the resolution, our type, as I stated before, is a vector of length 2, representing the width and the height of the window. So we kind of represent the type of vec2 in this way. We just write v2, and that stands for vector of length 2. And what do we want our initial value to be? Well, for now, let's just define it as a empty vector 2. So we can do this using the 3.js's map library and just call 3.vector2 and put nothing in the parentheses. So, and we have to map value to this initial value. So now we've created our uniforms, which for now only contains the resolution. Does this make sense to everyone? If not, feel free to speak up or comment in the chat. Okay, cool. So now that we have the geometry, we want to define the actual material properties of the shader. So let's call that the material. And the way we create a shader material in Three.js is similar to how we like call these other objects, right? So we can just call new 3 dot, and the object we want is called shader material. And what does this take in? So this will take in 3 things. The first thing is our uniforms, which we've defined here. Second thing is the vertex shader, which we have defined in the HTML file, as well as a fragment shader, which we also have defined in this HTML file. So first, the input value is a dictionary of all these things mapped to their value. So the uniforms just map to the uniforms we defined above. And the vertex shader is this code in this HTML script. So how exactly do we grab the like text inside of this script function inside of this script? So we can do like this JavaScript thingy where we like grab the element by ID in the document, and that looks like this: document.get element by ID, and we pass in the ID. So the ID in this case is vertex shader. And you don't have to worry too much about like what the vertex shader does. We're not going to talk about that too much. But this will only return like the script element. We want to get like the text that's associated with that script. In order to do that, we just call .text content. And that should give us the vertex shader in the format that we want. And we can do a similar thing for the fragment shader. It's essentially the same idea, but we just changed the ID to fragment shader. Cool. Now we've defined the material and the geometry. So we've essentially described what the object will look like, both physically and like aesthetically. And now that we've done all of that, we can just add the object that's defined by those 2 values to the C. And how do we kind of like wrap these 2 ideas together? We have to create a mesh, which is like the combination of these 2 values, like the material properties and the actual like object definition. So let's call this mesh. And in a very similar way to what we did above, we define the object as follows. And it's the mesh object. And it takes in the geometry we defined above and the material we also defined. And finally, we have to add this mesh to the scene. And this is really easy. We just call scene.add on mesh. Excuse me. Okay, cool. Yeah, so now we essentially have like a working template for writing shaders in Three.js. So the main thing we're going to have to worry about right now is this fragment shader file to write our actual shader, along with like modifying some of the uniforms we defined and whatnot. So before I continue, does any of the JavaScript not make any sense to anyone? And please speak up if it doesn't. Cool. Okay, I will continue then. So now we're at step 5, which is to add uniforms. So in one of the slides, I kind of showed the syntax for doing this. So the syntax was, we first start by defining the uniform using the uniform keyword. And then we define the type of the uniform and then the variable name. Since our only uniform right now is the resolution uniform, let's just add that. So what is the format of the resolution? It's in width by height form, and we stored that in a vector2. How do we, what's the type of vector2 in GLSL? Well, that's just vec2. It's pretty easy to remember. And what did we name it? We named it u_resolution. Cool, we just did part 5. Yay. Now let's move on to our hello world example. This is really exciting, guys. We are going to be writing our first shader. Yay. So let's say we just want to make every pixel red. How do we do that? Well, in the slides, I explained that there's a reserved keyword for setting the pixel value. What is this reserved keyword? It is gl_frag color. And so we basically just want to set this variable equal to the color we want for each pixel. So what color do we want, guys? We want red. And this variable is a vector of length 4. And you might be wondering, why is a color defined using 4 variables? Well, in GLSL, it's defined in RGBA format, where the A stands for the opacity of the color. So let's just like not worry about that at all, and just set it to 1 to make it mega opaque. And yeah, so we define a vec4 by calling vec4 on the 4 values we want. So in RGB, like how do we define red? Well, we just want to like put all the values at the R, right? And in GLSL, these values they range from 0 to 1. In other programs, they might be like ranging from 0 to 255 or whatnot. But we're going to be using the values from 0 to 1. And you have to make sure that these things are floats. So you have to go like 1 dot, I think, from what I recall. And let's make all the other values 0 except for the alpha value. So we're essentially setting this equal to the color red right now. And let's see if that works. I sure hope it does. Yay. Okay, cool. We successfully did our first example, which was just to set each pixel to red. And yeah, now let's do a more interesting example. So let's say like we want to create some gradient, like we want the color to vary based on the position of the pixel. So how do you do that? It might be like a pretty daunting task at first, I guess, but we have the resolution of the screen or of the window. So let me comment this out. So the idea is we want to like normalize, so the idea we want is like, we want the colors to vary based on like how far on the width and height we are of the pixel. So how do we do that? Well, one good idea is to define this as like the value of 0 and this very right edge as value 1, so that like these pixel values range from 0 to 1 smoothly. And the way we can do that is by normalizing our pixel locations to 1, to range from 0 to 1. And how do you do that? Like, how do you grab the position of a pixel? Well, this is really easy to do in GLSL because it's stored as a reserved variable called GL_frag_chord. And so let's define this new vec2, which represents the normalized pixel value from 0 to 1. And let's just call it ST. And so we essentially want to divide the pixel location by the resolution. And we want to do this because, for example, if we're at the pixel location all the way here and we divide it by width, we'll successfully get a pixel location of 1 for this value. And if we're here, it'll also be 0. So we'll successfully range the values from 0 to 1. So how do you do this? So as I said, we can call GL_frag_chord to get our current pixel location. And we can do this weird syntax that looks like that. And what is this called? I think it's called like swizzling or swiveling or something like that. It essentially like grabs the X and Y values as a vector. And we can just divide this by the resolution defined in a similar way. And what this does is an element-wise division of the X coordinates of GL_frag_chord and the X coordinates of the U resolution, and similarly for the Y coordinates. So now that these are in a form that we can pass into GL_frag color, because they range from 0 to 1, let's try this out by setting the GL_frag color to the corresponding value in ST. Since we only have X, Y values, let's just set the R and G value to the X value of ST and the Y value of ST, respectively. So we can do st.x, st.y, and let's just put 0 for the blue element and 1 again for the alpha channel. So, so we predicted this would look something like a gradient, where the values kind of range from 0 to 1 based on the location in the window. So let's run that and see what it looks like. Okay, that is not what I expected. Let's see what went wrong. So it looks like let's just run this again. Oh, what the? Okay, that's pretty strange, not gonna lie. Oh, okay, I see. So the problem is, you'll notice we never actually defined the resolution. We just made it this like constant empty vector. So what we have to do is we have to actually update the resolution uniform somehow. So let's just define it on window resize. And we grab the resolution uniform. We grab the resolution uniform and its value. And we set its width equal to this renderer's width. And how do we do that? So our renderer holds information about the width and height of itself. So we can just call it renderer dot dom element dot width. And this will define like the width of this kind of window. And we can do the same thing for the resolution in the Y. Now let's run it and see if it works. Cool. Now it's like this gradient type thing that we wanted, which is great. Awesome. Now let's do another cool example. Let's comment this part out. And let's say we want this to update with time. Like we want our color to update with time. So how would we do that? To ensure that all of our pixels are like working at the same time or looking at the same time value, we'll have to pass in a new uniform. And let's call that uniform u underscore time. And what type will our time be in? Well, we just want it to be some float. And our initial value for the time will just be 0. And we want to update the time after each animation loop. So we'll do that right here, in a similar way to how we updated the resolution uniform. And let's just add like 0.01 to that time at each frame. Cool. And then we have to add that uniform here again. Okay, cool. Using the same idea as before, we want to set gl underscore frag color equal to the color. And this time we want to vary it based on time. So it'll start at 0 and then keep increasing by 0.01 as time progresses. Let's say we first want the image to be just a 000 RGB image. And we want it to turn into a red image as time progresses. So how would we do that? Well, we could just pass in u underscore time as the R value, which will range from 0 and increase as time increases. And let's just set the rest of these to 0. And the alpha to 1 again. So if this is implemented correctly, it'll turn from like black to red. Let's see if that works. Cool. Looks like that worked. And to make this a bit cooler, why don't we also vary it based on pixel coordinate location using our previously defined code? And let's put the time uniform in the v value. So this should look like some gradient that kind of changes over time. And yeah, let's try that. Whoa, nice. Yeah, so it kind of like turns into this stable image of a gradient that's kind of like bluish purple. So what if we wanted it to like cycle back and forth between these colors. So we can use a built-in functions for like the sign values, because the sign value will kind of limit this this time value from -1 to 1. Because we don't want negative values in our color definition, we can call the absolute value of this function. So now this should be like a smooth transition between the first gradient and the last gradient and back. So yeah, nice. This kind of looks how we expect it to, which is really great. Yeah, so I have 5 minutes left. I'm not going to go over the last example, I don't think, because I just don't think it's as interesting as like the previous ones. But essentially, you can kind of like also pass the mouse position in as a uniform and do some like cool stuff related to like where the mouse is. So like, for example, you could like vary the color of the window based on the position of your mouse. And yeah, that's our demo. Does anyone have questions about the code or anything? Okay, cool. We have, oh yeah, go ahead.
I just had a question. Was it like continuous? Because like the frame rate was a little janky, so I couldn't tell if it looked continuous on your end.
Oh yeah, sorry. I think it just looks bad because Zoom is bad, but like it should look continuous. Yeah, if you implemented
Okay, that was
everything.
my question.
Yeah, cool. Good question. Okay, yeah, feel free to interrupt me, but I'm gonna move on. So yeah, good job, guys. You implemented a web shader, which is awesome. And those were just like really basic examples. There are a lot of really complicated things you can make with shaders and stuff like that. One example I made is this thingy. So it's like this like cool thing, completely written using shaders. So I wish I could go into more detail, but I only have 3 minutes. But the code is on my GitHub if you want to look at it. And there's also this other example I'll show. You can like render really realistic effects. Like for example, this guy like just made like clouds all in a shader. Like I have no idea how this was like implemented, but it's really cool. And why shaders? Well, you can render really realistic lighting effects. You can render like cartoon effects, blah, blah, blah. And these are like standard in like computer graphics applications and like in the animation industry. So it's pretty important to like learn the skill if you ever want to go into like computer graphics or like do stuff related to GPUs. And yeah, thanks everyone for listening. I really enjoyed presenting some of this stuff. Yeah, for the last 2 minutes, if you guys have any questions, I'll be here. Thanks, Josh. Oh, hey, Albert. Yeah, but if you want to like learn a bit more about all this stuff, there's like a bunch of resources online. Shader Toy is like a really cool resource if you just want to look at examples of shaders. There's like some really cool stuff on that website that people have made. And yeah, thanks so much, everyone. And have fun in the next presentations.
So for everyone who's here, I'm just plugging the HEX feedback form again. So if you made anything cool during this workshop, if you have any notes on how we can make HEX or any individual workshop better, please fill out that form. And if you consent to giving us your mailing address, then we might send you out some goodies. So please fill that out. And the next workshop is going to be in Figma. So if you're interested in that, stay on the Zoom call.
How's it going, everyone? We're going to be starting our next workshop at 2:10. It's going to be a Figma workshop. So if you're interested in that, stick around. And if you are going to stick around, please follow the first 3 instructions on this first slide. Thank you.
Hi, Albert and Annie.
Hi.
Hi, Kenny. How you doing?
Good. What about you?
Great workshop, by the way. It was really nice.
Oh, thanks.
Again, if you're just joining us, the Figma workshop will be starting in 10 minutes around Berkeley time. If you could, just follow the first 3 instructions. It should be easy. Just get a Figma account, download something on your phone, and visit the doc that we have provided you. Let me know if there are any issues with any of that.
For those of you that are just coming in, Sophie dropped the Drive link with slides and resources, and you can also follow the directions on the screen right now to download Figma and Figma Mirror so you can follow along with the workshop.
With Riku and me all the time. We played together on that island. His voice always used to be there, and now it's gone. I can't think of his face or his name. I feel awful.
If you're just joining us, the Figma workshop will begin in 4 minutes, about Berkeley time. Please follow the first 3 instructions to get started. And let me know if you have any questions. What's up, everyone? For those just joining us, the Figma workshop will be starting real soon, in about 1 minute, Berkeley time. If you're just joining us, please follow the first 3 instructions on the screen. Should be real simple. Just got to download an app and visit Figma and get the follow along doc. Thank you. All right, I think we're just about ready to get started. Hi, everyone. I'm Albert. I am co-teaching the Figma workshop with Annie. A little bit about myself. I'm a sophomore currently studying EECS and hoping to earn my design certificate by the end of next year. I found Figma through HEX, actually, when an upperclassman taught it, and I really just fell in love with the tool. And I really just think it's such a great prototyping tool, and everyone should get to know it.
Yeah, and I'm Annie. I'm a junior studying econ and data science, and I'm excited to be teaching you guys Figma. It's just a super useful tool and skill to know. And yeah, I think we can just get started.
Yeah. For anyone that's used any of the Adobe suite before, Adobe Illustrator, Photoshop, not really Lightroom, but a lot of the keyboard shortcuts are going to be very similar, especially to those in Illustrator. And they're going to be very similar to those you find in other design tools as well. So if you use those tools, you'll find that a lot of your skills actually transfer really well. Hopefully by now, everyone has visited the live document. It should look something like this, prototyping in Figma. And yeah, hopefully everyone has their Figma account set up. Just if you have any questions, feel free to just type them in the chat or just blurt them out if it's really necessary. This is the Figma interface. As you can see, it's very open and it's meant to be a prototyping tool, right? This workshop is going to be a follow along workshop, and our final product is going to be this very bare bones Spotify clone, right? And we're going to have some things here, a search bar and a library. And I'm going to teach you guys, we're going to teach you guys how to actually put this on your phone once you've downloaded Figma Mirror, so you can live prototype it. Yeah, and Annie will be monitoring the chat for any questions. Yeah, so let's just get started. If everyone could just, you should be in a page that looks something like this. And to create a new draft, we're going to go to the Drafts tab and press plus, right? And if any of this is too fast, feel free to ask questions and look in the doc that we made you. They're nice screenshots, courtesy of Annie, and these should follow along very nicely with the workshop. So yeah, once you've created a new document, this is what it looks like. It's completely blank, and it's your canvas, right? The way we get started in Figma always is by pressing F. And also, if you'll notice, my keystrokes are at the bottom here. So if you're ever confused as to what I'm doing, feel free to just look at the bottom for my keystrokes. So I'm going to press F, right? And that'll open up the Frames tab, right? Today, we're going to be using an iPhone 8 frame. So we're going to click iPhone 8 and boom, there we go. And it'll have set pixel and width and height dimension, right? So here's where we do all of our work in Figma. It's this page, it's the design and prototype, right? Today, in the interest of time, we're actually going to have you guys duplicate a starter template that we made. So please go to part 2 in creating the prototype and duplicate the starter file that we provided for you. This can get a little finicky, so let us know if you have any issues. basically all you do is you go to this link. Give it a second. You go to the link, it'll be here. Yeah, I already see a ton of you guys on here. Another nice thing about Figma is that it's a collaborative tool. So just like Google Docs, you'll be able to see where everyone is, right? And you're able to see everyone's cursors flying around, right? I think that's very neat. If you're confused as to where it shows to duplicate, look at my mouse. It's at the very top here, the top middle here. In big capital letters, it says duplicate here, right? And there's this tiny little drop down arrow right there. Click that and click duplicate. Keep note that I'm giving you guys edit access to this template, so please don't edit this template. It should be fine since everyone's duplicating it, but yeah, just take care not to click anything around. So once you've clicked duplicate, you should see this little file duplicated thing, and you click open, right? Or you can just go to figma.com and go inside your drafts to find it again. I'm gonna give everyone a little bit of time to get that started. Now that hopefully everyone's gotten the starter template in their own files, and you should see no other cursors in your own file, by the way. Please don't be working on the live file, although I'll be conducting the demo from this live file. So if you have any questions, you can visit this and just check out what I'm doing live. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to press F again, and we're going to go to phone, and we're going to go to iPhone 8, right? If you're prototyping for a different device, obviously you do a different device. But today we're going to use an iPhone 8 because that's sort of the standard and it's very consistent and it transfers very well to a lot of Android phones. Also, quick aside, I forgot to mention, the way you navigate around Figma is you press space, you hold space, and you click around to pan. You hold space and you drag to pan around. And to scroll, you do that. And to zoom in, you press Control and then you zoom. And I'm using my mouse wheel right now. But I believe if you have a trackpad, it's the same thing. You just press Control and then you zoom, right? So now that we've created our first frame in the size of an iPhone 8, we're going to learn how to change the background color to black, right? So we're going to click on the frame, and there's a lot of different ways to change color. The first way is to go here and to fill, right? And if you're familiar with other design tools, this should look really familiar. It's just a color picker. You got HEX, you got all this stuff, right? Today, we're just going to be making our background color matte black, completely black, right there. Another really convenient way to change colors of things is to actually click on it. And if you'll notice my keystrokes, I'm pressing Control and then C for Mac. And it'll be I for Windows, right? And then you're able to open this eyedropper tool. And you can actually like hover around things and watch it change colors, right? This is really convenient. And I recommend doing this later, which is why we have these colors laid out for you guys. So you can just say, hey, I want to make my frame navbar gray. And there you got it. Or I need to make something Spotify green. I click it, I press I, and then boom, that's green. So yeah, now that we have one amazing black frame, we are going to create a song block. Actually, I'm going to give everyone a little bit of time. I know I'm going a little bit fast to get this started. And for those of us, for anyone that's just joining us, welcome. Our starter document can be found at atian.us. I just sent it in the chat. And that should look something like this. And underneath part 2, you'll be able to find the starter file that we're all working with. Please make a duplicate of it. So now that we have a basic frame, this is what we're going to be working to build up, right? Our goal is to create this, and to create this, we first have to create a song block, which is just one of these guys right here. Real simple. First thing we're going to do, to create a rectangle, you press R. Notice my keystrokes at the bottom. We're just going to press R, and just like a lot of other design tools, it's a drag and drop system like this, right? So you drag and drop a rectangle, boom. The dimensions we're going to use for this rectangle are 170 by 51, and you can either just drag it and like pixel pinch it. That's kind of annoying. So you can directly edit the width and height on the right side here in design. So you go to width, you set that to 170, and height to 51. And boom, we have a rectangular block. Now we want to change this color to navbar gray. And just like before, we can either use the fill tool to change it, right? We can copy over the hex number from over here, like this, or my preferred method is to just click this, press I or Control C if you're on Mac, and then click, boom, navbar gray. Now we have a gray block, just like this one. It's pretty dark, so you might not be able to see the difference between this and black, but if I drag it in, you will be able to see there is some contrast. So now that we have the background for the song, we're going to make another rectangle, a green one, right there. The way you create a square is you hold shift and then you drag, right? This will lock the width and height to be the same, right? Again, so you press R, you hold shift, and you drag, right, into whatever you want. So in this case, because this is 51 pixels in height, we also want to make this 51 pixels. So this would be 51, right? Let's put that over here, and let's change the color. Again, Control C or I, Spotify green. Boom. Now we're getting something that kind of resembles this song block, right? Like this. But you might notice the song has rounded corners. How do we do that? We go here. You'll see these, if you zoom in, you'll see these little handlebars that you can actually adjust to make round corners, like this, right? Or you can go to the right design panel and type in 5. Boom. And that'll round your corners to however much. I actually, yeah, 5. So we want to round our corners to 5 pixels. So go here, boom, press 5. And you might notice that these corners are actually not rounded on the green. So the way you separate the corners, this can be a little confusing. You go to the corner radius thing, and right next to it, it says independent corners. You click that, and then there are 4 parameters, and you adjust the ones that you don't want to be shown, like that. Right. Again, you go to the right, right next to where it normally says the corner radius. You go there, and you click independent corners, and then you select which corners you want to be 5. So the way you make rectangles, real quickly, is you press R, and then you drag, right? You press R, and then you drag. And the way you edit the dimensions is through the right design panel. You put 170 and 51 for the dimensions that we want. Yeah, so now you have this. It looks nice, and we're going to add some text. The way you do that is you press T. You can also go up here and press T, right? I just like to use keyboard shortcuts because it makes things a lot faster. Boom, you press T, you go song 1. Yeah, and select it all, change the color to white, and boom, pop it in there. The kind of font we're using is Roboto Bold 12 point. That's not really important though. You can do whatever. That's not really the point. So now you have this song block, right? I'm going to give everyone a little bit of time to catch up to that. Yeah, guys, sorry if there's a lot of background noise. I'm going to close some windows real quick. Okay. Now that we've got the song block, or hopefully everyone's got the song block, if you're still confused, there's a very in-depth step-by-step in the Notion. Again, atn.us. Here, create a song block, and we'll give you nice screenshots as to what I just showed, right? This is the foundation of creating anything in Figma, right? It's just making rectangles, dragging them around and changing colors and adding text, right? So now that we have this thing, right, you'll notice that if we click on it, we can actually drag the separate parts around. And we don't want that. We want this to be a group. So the way we do that is we press on Mac, I believe it's Command G to group it. And you'll notice in the file hierarchy, there's this thing called Group 1. That's this. On Windows, I believe it's Control G. Again, Mac, it's on Mac, it's Command G, and on Windows, it's Control G. You can also just select them all, right click and group selection, and you'll see the keyboard shortcut there. Boom, group selection. Now you can drag it around safely. It'll all stay intact. That's one song block. And that's honestly most of the battle. To copy paste it, either use Command C, Command V, and there you go. Or Control C, Control V if you're on Windows. What I like to do is actually hold down Alt and then you drag it, right? This is similar to Illustrator, I believe. So you can just select a lot of things, hold Alt, click, and then drag, right? And that'll duplicate it. Very, very powerful. So now that you've got song 1, you can change the text to 2. You can change it to whatever you want, your favorite songs, your favorite artists, whatever. Song 3, song 4, right? Now that you got these 4 things, we're gonna learn how to make them into like this nice grid pattern. But before that, notice the file tree on the left. Make sure to name your things, right? So instead of group 1, this is song 1, song 2. And the reason we do this is to stay organized. If you don't stay organized, you're going to have a lot of headaches in the future. And if you do stay organized, your file hierarchy will actually become a really useful search index for whatever you need. And you'll be able to go through that and find the components you want because you named everything appropriately. So yeah, now that we have these 4 and they're all named, we're going to actually select all of them, right? And if we hover our mouse over the selections, you'll see this little grid show up, right? Click that grid and it'll snap them all into place, basically. And there'll be these pink handlebars that you can drag around and it'll drag the spacing. Basically what that does is it puts the 4 items into a grid and now you have the options of spacing them, right? So yeah, honestly, just space them however you think looks best. and boom. Now you have 4 songs. You can drag them back into your component, and there you go. It's starting to take shape, right? Maybe add a little text with T, good morning, change the color to white, and boom, there we go. Maybe make this a little bigger. This part is not really that important. This is all stuff that you can dive into details later, but I'm just showing the fundamentals of Figma. Yeah, so now we have this, right? And if you don't already, enable rulers. This is one of my favorite tools in Figma. So you do, Shift R. So if you look at the bottom of my keystroke, this Shift R to enable these like sidebar things, right? And you can drag them out. They're these little red lines, and you can pop them inside your frame. It's a little hard to see on the black background, but there. Basically, this allows you to have margins set, and things will snap very nicely to like these red lines, right? So yeah, now we have this. In the interest of time, we're not gonna have you just manually make these like this one, because it's like the same shit as, the same stuff as songs. It's just a green rectangle and some text underneath it. So what we're gonna have you do is select all of them, put them near your thing, your frame, and then press F. If you remember, F, you use it to create a new frame, right? So press F and then click, and you should have a new frame. We'll press F and then drag it around, right? So we'll have this frame here, and I'll explain why we need this in a moment. But for now, we have this frame, and we have these 4 items, right? So the dimensions of this frame are going to be 375 to 151. 375 by 151. There we go. Also, a useful tip is to reorder the frames. You can use the, if you notice on the file hierarchy on the left, the 4 things I selected are like bouncing up and down, right? Or if I select frame 3, and we'll call this scroll, album scroll. You can actually press Command and then the bracket keys to bounce things up and down the file hierarchy. On Windows, I believe it's Control and then brackets, or Control Shift brackets. You'll have to play around with that. Also, side note, to open up your keyboard shortcuts menu, it's Control Shift and then the question mark or backslash. And you'll see this really, really nice keyboard shortcut interface. All the ones you used before are in blue, and there's just a ton in here that will speed up your productivity by a lot. So be sure to check those out. Again, that's Control, Shift, and then question mark. Control, Shift, question mark, top of that. Yeah. Here we go. Now that we have this album scroll thing, we're gonna make it this dimension, 375 by 151. Boom. Now we have, oh, that doesn't look right. Excuse me. 375, 151. There we go. So we have that. And what we're going to want to do, this is going to be a little tricky. We're going to want to select all the albums. And this is from like the starter area, right? Select all the albums, and we're going to want to put them into this new frame, right? I'm going to make the background of this black so you can actually see the text like that, right? And you'll notice one of them is gone. This is pretty finicky, especially if you're a first-time user of Figma. So here, select all of them, right? And don't click on album 4. So like select all of them, drag on album 1, and put them inside your new frame. I'll give you guys a second to do that. Usually this is a big snag point for anyone that's new to Figma, is dragging things inside of the frames, right? And if you're really having a tough time doing it, you'll see these like album 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll see this frame, right? You can actually just like select all of them and then just put them inside the frame. You'll notice that album 4 disappears. That means it worked. That means good job. You put all of them in, right? So when you click album scroll, like the frame, unclick clip content, right? So before it said, I'm gonna clip the content outside of this frame, and now I'm gonna show it, right? So now you should see something like this. I'll give everyone a second to get to this point. Yeah. So now we have a scrollable album gallery. And we haven't implemented the scrolling yet, so don't worry about that. Right now, all it is just a rectangular frame with dimensions, I'll write them again, 375 by 151. Like this, a frame, and we popped the 4 default albums that we provided you in starter into this frame by just dragging them inside, holding album 1, boom, dragging them inside like that. Now what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to put this album scroll frame into our original one, right? And this can be really finicky as well, especially if you're new to Figma. So we're going to take the frame, right? And it's a little bit tricky to select the frame. You want to actually select the text, right? Like here, album scroll, it's very small, boom, like that. Or you can select the file tree. It should be near the top. But if not, hopefully you named it well, album scroll. You click it, right? And now you can drag this whole thing around, right? And we're going to drag it into the original frame like this, right? And you'll see the album 4 is gone again. That's because although this frame doesn't clip content, this one does. So we can disable clip content for the total frame, and you'll see album 4 again. Yeah. Let me just fix this up a little bit. How did I get album 4 to pop out? Give me 1 second. By unchecking clip content. So on the left, you'll see the file hierarchy. I'm clicking on album scroll. This will be checked. So you uncheck that to toggle clip content. If that doesn't work, it's because your total frame clips content. So select the iPhone 8 frame. Actually, I'm going to rename this home screen. Home screen. Home screen. This one has clip content. So yeah. And yeah. So you want to have this disabled. And see album 4. I'm going to give everyone a second to figure that out. Sorry if there were any audio issues before, if my mic was a little weird. But now we're back. And now we should be up to this point. If you're not, just check the Notion, and there should be nice screenshots to guide you. We should be right past create a scrollable album gallery. Now we're going to copy paste the nav bar into our mainframe. Excuse me. Right, because at the bottom we want to have this thing, right? We want to have be able to go to the search page and to the libraries page. So we're going to want to click nav bar. Excuse me. we're going to want to click navbar, and we're going to want to hold Alt and click. This will make a copy of it, right? Because we want to have multiple, right? So again, click navbar or press Command C, Command V to make it a copy. But I prefer holding Alt and then dragging it, right? Like that, boom. So now you have this navbar separate from this one. Let's get rid of that. And we want to drag it inside, right? So be a little tricky. Drag it inside this frame, just at the bottom, like that. This is what your prototype should look like right now. Good morning text, the album scroll, the 4 songs you created. What is this supposed to say here? Recently played. Yeah. Let's get that over here. Like this. Add the recently played text if you want to. Not really that important. So yeah, here is the bare bones of our Spotify app now, right? And if you want a little extra practice, there are also these playlist ones. Exactly the same deal. I'm going to breeze through this really quick because it's not terribly important, and I want to get to the prototyping. So we have these, right? We make another frame. And I don't know, like yay big. Make it 375. And like, I don't know, how tall is this? 190. Again, this is not that important. It's just extra practice of creating frames, putting these 4 playlists inside of them like that, right? And let's set the background to black and then rename this. And then popping this inside of here, right? Like that. And then if you want to reorganize the file tree, you're going to put navbar on top like that, right? Again, not terribly important. Don't worry about it if you didn't get this. Like, it's fine. So now we have something that looks like this, or something that looks like that, right? You might notice album 4 is hanging out over there. We want to be able to scroll through it in our actual prototype, right? So what we're going to want to do is select album scroll. Make sure you're selecting the frame album scroll. This is where naming frames really comes into handy. So click album scroll. And what you're going to want to do is go to the prototype tab on the very right. We haven't used this yet. And this is the part of Figma that I think is really exciting and makes it a tool that is better than the rest. We're going to want to go to prototype. It's right next to design. If you see my cursor over here, underneath the share button, right next to prototype, we're going to go to overflow behavior and go to horizontal scrolling. Because we want this to scroll horizontally when we swipe on it, that's the kind of scrolling behavior we want, or the overflow behavior, right? If you have this other frame in here, we would also want to make this overflow. Let's just pop this in here. You'd also want to make this like made for you scroll. You'd also want to make this horizontal scrolling. So go here, horizontal scrolling. That'll ensure these both scroll when you swipe them, right? Excuse me. Also, we want to have this nav bar stay at the bottom of the screen all the time. And this is a pretty important detail that you'll see if you don't enable it when you're prototyping. But you want to click on the nav bar and go to fix position while scrolling. It's underneath design, it's underneath constraints. Fix position while scrolling, right? The file tree will change a little bit. If you use Figma some more, you'll realize what this means. But basically, anytime we scroll up or down, the nav bar will stay in place, right? like the nav bar doesn't fly everywhere in Spotify when you scroll the rest of the screen, right? And let's just make this text over here. And then it should look something like this, or if you don't have the bottom one, that's fine as well. Your nav bar should be scrollable. These song blocks, nothing special with them, no scrolling. And importantly, this album scroll should have underneath prototype horizontal scrolling. If you did make this, you'll notice that this peaks underneath a little bit, so you can actually make the home screen vertical scrolling. And you'll see the effects of that later. All right, so you should have the home page done. If you have any questions, now's the time to ask. I'm going to give everyone 2 minutes to finish it up or clarify anything. So question in the chat, how did we make the nav bar? Yeah, good question. So first we made these 3 icons. And basically I just looked up like Spotify home icon. And like I just copied it, not a big deal. And then I just use like the pen tool to just trace it out. These are really simple vectors. I would heavily advise against using the pen tool in Figma, actually. It's just not what it's meant to do. Figma is a prototyping tool, and you really don't want to be doing any extensive design in it. I think Illustrator is a much better tool for that. And that's what it's made for, right? Figma, its strong point is its collaboration and its prototyping abilities. So the pen tool is there, but for like really basic stuff like this, like I literally drew like 3 lines, right? And I didn't even have to use the pen tool. So first I created the icons, and then I made frames around the icons to make them clickable here, here, and here. And I'm gonna just breeze through because it's not really important. Feel free though to ask me questions later or reach out if you want to learn more. I love talking about Figma. And then we made the nav bar frame, right? And I'm going to show you guys later how to make these actually navigate to the different screens that we see. So yeah. And also just change the background color to be the correct thing, right? So hopefully everyone's had a chance to when you duplicated the nav. Oh, I am actually on a Mac, so it would be you hold Alt and then you click and drag, right? It's a little annoying because it doesn't show up on the keystrokes thing. So I'm holding Alt right now, and then I'm dragging, right? So I'm clicking with my mouse as well. Oops. So yeah, hold Alt like that. I believe Alt works on Windows as well. I should have checked first, actually. But yeah, I'm on a Mac and Alt works wonderfully. So now that we have this, what we're going to want to do is make these 2 screens with nothing inside them. Super simple, right? Then this is just some extra practice. I'm going to breeze through it, but just feel free to like just copy paste this template. That's why we made it. And just like, I don't know, drag it over here, whatever. But really the process is the same. You go F, create an iPhone 8 frame. Also, I saw a question in the chat about the keystrokes. I'll message you in a bit. I just want to get through this. It's a program called Keycaster, by the way. So we make 2 iPhone 8 frames like this, boom, boom. Like that. We change the color to black, right? We drag the navbar in twice. And don't worry if you're not able to just like reproduce it, just copy paste the template, it's fine. Like that, right? Get the navbar in there like that. Add some text, search, the white, or you can copy paste this text, morning, just change, say, search, right? Make the search bar if you want, it's not really important. It's just there for visual purposes right now. And library, this color, oh, it's music. Music. Okay, yeah. So now we have a search page, music page. It doesn't really matter what they say, as long as you have two different screens and you rename them to something like search screen, and then music screen. There we go. Yes, thank you, Emily. That's actually really helpful. You can install plugins in Figma, and a lot of them are super useful, and there are a lot of ones that will give you icons like this. So yeah, instead of just like making them on your own, just like pluck them, someone already made them. That's a really good point, thank you. So now we have the search screen and music screen. We're gonna wanna click the nav bar on the home screen and go to prototype, right? And sorry, we want to just go to the prototype tab and click away. Press escape, anything, and you're gonna want to click on the search. Sorry, the search icon inside the home screen, right? And you'll see this little blue bubble with a plus once you hover over it, right? This is what links frames together. So you're gonna click and drag that to the search screen. Again, click on this little search thing. You'll see a little blue bubble. And drag that to the search, because when we click the search button, we want to direct us to the search screen. I think I accidentally duplicated. So yeah, again, take this, drag to the search screen. It should snap nicely in place. Right, on tap, navigate to search screen. Yes. So now we got to do that for all the other ones. For library, we want to navigate to library, right? And for the search inside home, obviously you don't want the home to just navigate to itself. It can't even do that. That's kind of weird. But we're going to take this home, navigate there. We're going to take this search, navigate there, boom, like that. And we're going to take this home like here and this search like here, right? So now you'll notice there's this like web of connections. Here we go, click content, make it a little cleaner. There's this like web of connections to where these two go to these two, goes to the appropriate ones, right? So now we are done with making the prototype. So how do we actually play the prototype? Once you're in the prototype tab on the top right, you'll see this green arrow next to home, or blue arrow next to home. And if you can't find it next to home, just zoom out. And you'll find this blue arrow, drag it to your own one. Again, it'll be over here, click and drag it to your own home screen, right? And then you'll see a little play button next to share. You click that and you'll be able to view your beautiful prototype. This is how you view it on the computer, which I already think is really cool, right? It's a little messed up. Must have rushed something, but yeah. Oh yeah, okay, so make sure if the device is correct, iPhone 8, right? Now it should be correct, yeah, like that. Scrollable, like this, right, like this, and when you click, boom, boom, go to music, and from every page it works. You can also add animations if you want, doesn't really matter. So yeah, now you can demo it on your computer. Let me know if you guys have any questions about this, but this is not what I think the most exciting thing about mobile prototyping is. Hopefully you guys have all gotten Figma Mirror on your phones. it should look like a little Figma. It's kind of dumb, you can't see it. But when you open it, it should look something like this, completely blank. Or if you never logged in before, it should look something like this. And just log in with Google and log in with your Berkeley account, right? The one, or if you didn't create the Figma with your Berkeley account, do whichever one you created the account in Figma on, right? So just go ahead, do that. Yeah, just make sure that the one you created the prototype on is the same account that you're logging into Figma Mirror with. And the idea is that you'll be able to mirror the prototype on your phone. This can get a little tricky, so please let me know if you have any questions about this. And this is what I think is the most exciting part about Figma. So if you logged in, you'll get something like this. It shows nothing. That's great. And what you want to do is, if you look back to the screen, right, you're going to want to click the home screen. How do I get vertical scroll on the whole screen? You go to home screen, you go to prototype, and you go horizontal vertical scrolling. It's just a different variant on horizontal scrolling for the things. Just think of it like lopsided. Yeah, so you're going to want to click home screen, and then you'll notice on your phone, the prototype shows up, and it has all the interactions. This is super hard to see, but it has all the interactions that I can't even see, that you'd expect from the prototype, right? Obviously, I can't click the things that well because I can't really see it. But yeah, all the scrolling and stuff like that. I actually think I kind of fucked it. I messed up the vertical scrolling because it should go all the way down. But regardless, this is, please let me know if you have any questions, because this is really what I think is exciting. And the reason why I think it's exciting is because it allows you to test the UI UX of your app before you build it, right? So a lot of times you'll spend time creating mockups, right? Really nice, just prototyping mockups, right? And then you'll show them on the computer and you'll be like, oh yeah, it's super intuitive that you could just go from here to here, or this drops down, or like the nav bar opens like this, whatever, right? But then you put it on a phone, you get developers to fucking build it out, right? And then you realize, wait, it's garbage and it's not intuitive at all, right? So this allows you to get it in the hands of at least you, but preferably other people before you build your app, right? Which just makes the development pipeline so much smoother, right? Whoever's building the app, whether it be you or someone you outsource, is going to have a much easier time to just like build exactly what you specified because you tested it, and you know that things are intuitive and things line up, right? And you know the scrolling rate is like this, and we want it to feel like that, right? Please ask any questions. We're nearing the end, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Just went on a huge rant there, but yeah, ask any questions. Let me know any concerns. And if you can't get it on your phone, please just like blurt out in the chat, because I think that's like the coolest thing ever, and I want you guys to experience that. So if you're trying to present your prototype on your website, so Florence, I'm not actually sure I understand your question. So is it that you want to show this a mobile prototype on a website, or a prototype of a website? And feel free to just like unmute yourself. So how do you demo this mobile prototype on your own website? Okay, so let's say you have a personal website. I'm gonna just use the live document. Whatever, not a big deal. This is Notion, by the way, another incredibly powerful tool that I love. So here at the top, let's say, here's my work. Check it out, recruiters. And then I want to show them this, right? You can actually click share prototype, and anyone with the link can view. And then you just get the link and then you pop it here. And now, if you guys are on the Notion, you guys should be able to see this right here. It's at the very top of it, and you should just be able to go down and view it. Obviously, there's no way to like get it on their phones. They need to have Figma Mirror for that to work, right? But this will work perfectly, right? Or at least as perfect as you made your prototype. Yeah, it's amazingly collaborative to where you can just click share prototype, get the link down here, right, and just put it somewhere. You know what I mean? Just like that, right? I would suggest probably like, oh yeah, actually that's pretty genius. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Thank you, Annie. That's actually pretty genius. Yeah, that definitely works better than this. So yeah, thank you for coming to our workshop. It's 3 o'clock now. Please fill out the HEX feedback form. They're spamming in the chat right now. And yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And if you guys want to chat about anything else, honestly, just hit us up. Our emails are in the document. And I'd love to chat about anything Figma or just life related. If you're into entrepreneurship, I like that shit too. Just hit us up. Thank you, and I hope you guys had a great time and learned something today.
Thank you. Also, our next workshop will be advanced photo processing. So if you're interested in that, please stay on the Zoom call. Thank you.
Oh, last comment for whoever was asking about how I displayed keystrokes. It's called Keycaster. I put it in the chat. Just look it up. It's super easy to use.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to let you all know that the workshop will start at 3:10. While you're waiting for that, if you want to get set up with any resources, I sent the link in the chat. Thank you.
All right, I think we'll get started. So welcome everyone to Advanced Photo Editing Workshop. It's lovely to have you all here today. Big thanks to both Sophie and Jillian, who are some of the organizers behind this event. It's a privilege to get to talk to you guys about something that I'm really passionate about. But anyway, my name's Giacomo, or Jack Green, and I'm a photographer from Seattle. Washington, and I go to USC. And today we're going to be learning a little bit about some advanced photo processing techniques that are used within the professional photo editing industry. A little bit more about myself. My personal practice involves landscape photography, really, really long exposures, so like 8 minutes plus, and like huge composite images. So making images that are like 50 to 100 megapixels. And I really, really love getting into the weeds of different editing techniques and different ways that I can like push digital images and raw files. And then also I'm a history major, and I study the history of sort of visual images and the narratives that they've been used to, especially in US history during the Cold War. So the purpose of this workshop is to kind of give you guys some tools and techniques that are available and commonly used in digital photo editing in greater effort to help you develop an individual workflow that maximizes efficiency and creative potential. And I know that's a bit of a mouthful, but I'll explain that more in detail in a sec. And so this workshop is kind of predicated on the understanding that, you know, you have a working experience with Lightroom and Photoshop already. That's not to say that if you haven't used these programs before, you won't get anything out of this, but I think if you have used these programs before, this is going to be really helpful in providing some tips and techniques that might be useful. And so now, since it would be difficult for me to kind of give you guys like a comprehensive tutorial on like how to edit photos in an advanced way in like 50 minutes, I'm gonna first talk about some like broader concepts, and then we're just gonna go right into editing some photos for the second half of the 50 minutes that I have with you guys. So it's gonna go pretty quick, and I'm just gonna show you a bunch of techniques that I use. And then at the very end, I'll provide you with a doc with some resources where you guys can find all the programs and software that I use and sort of plugins for Photoshop and such that you guys may not have. I'll have the chat open to answer any questions that you guys have, and if we have time at the end, we can do some questions and answers. But if you ever feel like I missed your question or you just don't feel like typing it out, just feel free to unmute yourself and shout out what you want me to answer. Okay, so let's get started. So the techniques that I'm going to be showing you today are kind of the culmination of my decade-long experience with photo editing, of sort of honing and exploring, if you will, different ways to edit photos. And the philosophy that I have is that the more that you know about photo editing, the more liberating the process is. So the more that you learn about how to edit photos, the further you can push an image, and that gives you more sort of like creative potential. And I really like to focus on what's called workflow in this, which is something that I'll mention quite a bit today. And today I'm trying to really show you techniques that you can incorporate into this workflow in order to gain sort of a greater understanding of how to edit photos. And I'm not going to have time to explain them all in detail, but hopefully you guys can sort of pick up on some of the broader things that I'm doing, and then you can sort of go into your own practice and add elements that you want to. So with that being in mind, let's kind of talk about like what is workflow. So workflow in regards to sort of digital image editing is the sequence of processes that sort of passes a piece of work, or in this case, an image, from initiation to completion. And this is really important because the more you practice your workflow and the more like sort of refined it is, the more techniques that you'll have at your disposal and the better you'll be able to process images. And so I kind of think about workflow as kind of like the foundation of the house. It's kind of, you know, in any creative practice, the actual way that you develop and the actual processes that you do are ultimately important, and they hinge on the work, and they hinge on the final product. And so that's why today, yeah, I'm going to be talking about workflow a lot. But yeah, so let's just kick right off. So I'm going to start out with kind of what I consider to be the golden rule of photo editing, which is to prioritize local edits over global edits. Now, this is kind of like a vague statement, but what this means is you should prioritize doing small edits on small parts of the photo rather than broader edits that affect the entirety of the photo. And so to give you guys an example, let's take this image of a nice lake in Colorado. I think a lot of beginner Lightroom users would immediately go in and start to play around with the sliders. They'll get they'll kind of mess around until they feel like they've got something that they like. And then they might make smaller tweaks to that until they have something that might resemble a finished product. And now this is great. This is like a great way of intuitively learning how to use Lightroom, but it's really not a way that you should be doing for quite a while because it's kind of like a brute force approach to editing images. It's if you think about someone like Michelangelo chipping away at a statue, he's going to take off huge blocks of stone first, but then he's going to have to start to get more refined with his edits. And in the same way, that's going to have to be how you edit photos. You're going to have to start big. You have to start editing things like exposure and contrast and highlights and these sort of big, really like effective sliders. But then you're going to have to go in deep with some of the more nuanced tools like the radial adjustment brush or the graduated filters. And that's kind of basically the most important rule, and that's where most people trip up. Is most people really 99% of their edits just stick to these global sliders as opposed to what I consider to be, at least in my workflow, I think only about 15 to 20% of the edits that I do are actually with these huge sliders. The plurality of the edits that I do are really based on the individual sort of area. So I might make this area of the photo darker per se, because I think it stands out a little bit more. But I'm not going to do that to the whole image because if I do that to the whole image, there's going to be parts that I think looks good, but there are going to be parts that I think also don't look good. And so in this way, I kind of want you guys to think about editing images almost like a painter would painting a canvas. If you're a painter, you're not going to use the same color for all of the canvas. You're going to use it in the spots where you want to. Like in this photo, if I'm going to lower the exposure of a certain part of it, I'm going to only do that to part of the photo, not all of it. And so global edits, therefore, must be sort of applied carefully and in moderation, and only do them if you feel like the whole image would benefit from it. Okay, so with that being said, I think it would be probably good if we could get sort of deeper into the weeds of actually editing a photo, and showing some techniques, kind of, what the localized edits look like, because it's not just using the dodge and burn tool and the graduated filters. There's a lot more nuance behind that. So the photo that I'm going to be editing with you guys today is this one of a beach in Kauai. It's a really great edit, I think, a really great photo, I think, for demonstrating it because it's got sort of this nice dominant foreground. We've also got this kind of overexposed sky and this area of trees to the left that is kind of underexposed. So there's a lot of areas in this image that we can do work on to ultimately transform it into a better image. So the first thing I'll do editing a photo is I will go down to what's called the lens corrections area. Now, when you're taking photos of the camera, the lenses that you choose will distort the photo in a certain way because the lenses usually have spherical elements to them. So that means that the light that comes through is going to be distorted in a way. So and Lightroom knows this, and it actually will know what lens you're using based on the metadata of the photo. So if I if I check these two boxes in Lightroom, what it will do is it'll try to make the image look as non-distorted as possible. When I'm usually using this setting, it removes some of the vignetting, but I actually kind of like it sometimes because I feel like it draws the attention of the viewer into the center of the photo. So I might bring that down a bit. But I usually enable profile corrections, and I always remove chromatic aberration, which I don't have time to explain today, but you should basically always keep the top box checked, unless unless it makes your photo look really, really weird, which it almost will never do. So after I've sort of done the brief lens corrections, I'm going to go and look at some more like global edits of the photo. So I'm going to look at, okay, how can I transform this photo in order to look, a little bit more pleasing to the eye? So I'm going to mess with the vertical transformation a bit. trying to adjust the angle to the point where I like it. And you'll notice I've got this like sort of white area up at the top, which is fine. I'll fix that later. And then I'll play with the aspect a bit. I think I like it. Stretch out a little bit more. And I should mention there's no sort of correct way to edit a photo, but this is kind of what I like to do. If you feel like doing this is unethical, or like you want to keep it, you want to keep everything in the frame how it was captured, feel free to do that. But this is just something that I do. And then, so once I'm done with some of the more nuanced like crop corrections, I'll go down, and I won't actually crop the photo yet. I'll wait till the end to do that. But once I'm done, I'll go and I'll raise what's called the blue primary saturation. What this does is it saturates everything within the blue channel of the photo. So it'll just make it pop a little bit more. You guys might not be able to see it because there's actually not that much dominant blue in this photo. But it just makes the photo pop a little bit more. It's something I like to do, especially on beach scenes. Then I'm going to go up and then again, these are global edits. I'm going to go through and I'm going to sort of play with the exposure a little bit. I've edited this photo before, so I happen to know that about -0.8 looks good. And I'll adjust these sliders, but I'll do so really, really gently. I usually won't drag anything past 40 on either side, because I want to sort of leave room for the more localized edits. So I'll keep sort of playing around with these smaller sliders. I'll raise the highlights a little bit. I'll raise the shadows actually a little bit as well. And fun fact, if you drag over this panel in Lightroom, you can, if you extend the side panel on Lightroom, this one here, it actually gives you more room to play with the sliders. But it does take up some screen real estate. And then I'll lower the whites quite a ways. I usually won't mess with the highlights and shadow sliders, because unlike the white and black slider, you're letting Lightroom choose what it thinks the highlights and shadows are, as opposed to you just directly editing sort of the white and black channels of the photo. So I'll go through and I'll change. I think I'll actually leave the blacks as they are. Then I'll go up and I'll change the tint first. Always change the tint first before you change the temperature of the photo, because it's really hard to base a temperature change on a photo without first sort of calibrating the tint to the point that you want it to. Otherwise, you're usually, I see people when they don't edit the tint, their photos end up looking like really, really like either too cool or too warm, because they don't have the sort of green channel boost that's needed. And then for the temperature, I happen to know that around 7,664 works well. Maybe a little bit too warm. Yeah, that's nice. And then I'll go down to the present sliders. Again, these are all global edits. And I will raise the dehaze. Oh, with these texture, clarity, and dehaze, like really, really chill with these sliders. Like a lot of newer photographers really get into it and they start like going ham with the clarity slider. It makes everything look sharper. It's kind of like overdone to a point where now, like if you go on Instagram, half the photos you see, like you can tell that the person's just cranked the clarity up to 30. So my advice would just be kind of like use it selectively or don't use it at all. For this photo, I'm probably just going to raise the clarity by 1 or 2 points, and then the dehaze by 7 or 8. Yeah, it's quite nice. And after that, after I mess with the top sliders, I'll usually go down into the sharpening panel. And this is where we do what's called our input sharpening. There are 3 different phases of sharpening. There's input sharpening, creative sharpening, and output sharpening. Input sharpening is the sharpening that you do right when your photo enters the processing software. Creative sharpening is kind of the local sharpening I'll do to the images, the areas of the image that I want to, and then export sharpening is the final passive sharpening that I'll do before I export the photo. And I'll show you guys how to do this all today. So I'll probably go through, and I'm holding down the Option key on the computer because that just allows me to see which areas are sharpened a little bit more. And again, I'm holding down the Option key, and this allows me to more easily see the radius of the sharpening. Again, with the detail, moving down the Option key. I'm actually going to crank it up to pretty high because the camera that I'm using here has a lot of megapixels, so I can afford to bring the detail up. And I'll usually raise the sort of the masking of the sharpening, which is everywhere that the sharpening is being applied, to a point where I can see that it's affecting sort of the greater edges of the photo. As you can see, it's sharpening the edges of the rock, but not the actual surfaces of the rock, which is great. Because the more that we sharpen, the more that the eye can pick up little details and imperfections on the sensor, but also inside of the on the the surfaces themselves. So if you're ever doing portrait photography, for example, you probably don't want to crank the sharpening up all the way, because then people will be able to start making out imperfections in the skin of the person that you're taking photos of. So there's always a balance to be found with these sliders. And again, these are all global edits, so use them sparingly. Usually when I'm editing a photo, I won't do as many global edits as I'm doing here, but I usually don't edit photos. I usually do all my photo editing in Photoshop anyways. So this is just kind of to give you guys a sense of how one might incorporate this into your workflow. Then from there, I might think, okay, well, the sky's kind of overexposed, but the sea itself isn't. So I might want to lower the exposure of the sky. So this is where I'm starting to get into localized edits. So I'll apply what's called a graduated filter over the sky with it balanced on the horizon. But this isn't going to be any sort of normal graduated filter, because what we're going to do to this graduated filter, we're going to bring the exposure down quite a ways, and then we're going to go down to this little feature that says range mask. And this is actually brand new to Lightroom as of, I think, May. They included a range masking feature. And what this allows you to do is basically target the adjustment to either a certain area of color or a certain area of brightness within the area that it's already affecting. So I'll pick brightness, which is luminance. And then right now, if we look at the range here, I'll do show luminance mask. Right now, it's affecting all different tones of brightness within the area of red. But I want it to only affect sort of the brighter areas of the photo, because I think those are the ones that really need boosting. So I'm going to bring this one up a bit. Now you can see it's really only affecting the brighter areas and not so much the darker. Let's see how this looks. And that looks quite nice, I think. Look at before and after. You can see much more detail in the clouds. And it's only affecting the lighter parts. So we're keeping the contrast of the darks as well. And this is something that I'll come back to time and time again, is kind of the idea of really targeting where you're doing the adjustment. So I'm not just doing an adjustment to all of the top of the image, I'm doing it to only the bright tones. And really, the more refined you can make your selection of area, the greater degree of control that you'll have over it. I might also boost the saturation a bit. Let's see how that looks. I think nice. Yeah, so I think I'm done with the radial filter. And now I kind of want the white areas of the sea to be a little bit brighter than dark. I want there to be more contrast, but I don't want to make the image look too bright. So what I'll do is I'll take my targeted adjustment brush, and like I did with the sky, except for, well, I'm going to do a dodge action instead of a burn. I'll just brighten up some of this sea area here. But as you notice, this doesn't really look, it just looks like I've painted it over. Instead of actually, it doesn't look that smooth. It doesn't look that blended in. So what I'm going to do is, like the sky, I'm going to do range mask, luminance, and I'm going to have it target only the bright tones. Like that. And now that blends much more smoothly into the image. We can see that I'm really only brightening the bright parts here. And I think that looks nice. I might bring it up a little bit, actually. I might raise the white value. Yeah. No, I'll do one final edit before I bring this into Photoshop. This area here is kind of dark. And honestly, it doesn't feel like it's kind of drawing the eye in because it's that dark. So what I'll do is I'll do another new targeted adjustment. I'll just raise the exposure only slightly. Paint in here where I want. And I'll set this range mask this time to color. And then I'll select with the eyedropper tool sort of a nice green. And I'll bring up the exposure more. Maybe not that far. Just like that. Now we can see that it's kind of brightening the greens over here and the blues in the water, or the bright areas in the water. All right, so now I'm done with all the edits in Lightroom. It's time to bring this image over to Photoshop, which is where we're going to be doing the bulk of the image. So I'm going to left click, I'm going to do edit in. I'm going to open it as a smart object in Photoshop. Smart objects are kind of like, you kind of basically make the photo indestructible in a way. It just means that whatever change I make to the photo, I can always go back and reverse it if I want to. It also means that I can edit this photo in camera raw in Lightroom, in Photoshop, which just means I can go back and make some changes if I don't like that. I'll open this as a smart object in Photoshop. I'll let my computer kind of do its thing. And then now we have our photo. And you may notice my Photoshop might look a lot different than what yours looks like. I'll kind of go into detail about why it looks so different in a sec. But for now, let's kind of focus on the photo itself. So before in Lightroom, you notice that I kind of transformed this photo in a way that left the top part of it depressed in a way that, the photo is now not a perfect square, and it's not even cropped to a perfect square. So I want to fill this area in, but I don't want to crop the photo because that would make it smaller, and that would mean that I'd have to print it in a smaller size. So what I'll do is I'll make a new layer. I'm going to call this layer clone. Now I'm going to command click on the layer below. So it's selecting all of this layer, which is our original layer. Then I'm going to select the inverse, which is Command Shift I or Control Shift I on a Windows PC. I've got a little button over here that does it for me, so I'm just going to press that button. And then I'm going to go to Select. Then I'm going to modify. Then I'm going to expand the selection. I've got two monitors, so anytime I open a dialog window, it pops up on the other screen. But I'm going to expand the selection by about 5 pixels. So now we've selected all the area that isn't in the photo that I need to fill in. So to fill this area in, I'm going to do what's called a content-aware fill, which is a really, really cool thing in Photoshop, where you basically tell Photoshop to look at the image, decide what it sees, and then fill in another area of the image with what it thinks would go there. It uses some of the most powerful image processing and image detection software in the world. And it's really, really cool. So I'll go to Edit, then I'll go to Fill, and then Content-Aware Fill. And you'll see these 3 dots after Content-Aware Fill. Anytime you're in an Adobe program and you see 3 dots, that means whenever you click that, it's going to open up a new window. So I'm going to click Content-Aware Fill. And I'm going to be presented with these 2 very intimidating looking screens. So the screen on the left shows me the image that I currently have, and the screen on the right shows me the sample fill that it's going to do based on the content that it has. And you'll see that there's this kind of green area here. And what this green area means is this is the area that Photoshop is going to sample from when it's going to fill in the new parts of the image. Now, as you can see, we've got some trees in the green part of the image, and I don't really want there to be trees in there. Even though it looks kind of nice on the predicted, predicted way it's going to present the fill, I'm just going to remove the trees from it using the brush, the negative selection brush up here. So I'm just going to get rid of these trees. And I'm going to hold down the space bar and pan around, see if there's any other part that I don't like. And for the most part, I think this looks good. Content-aware fill has gotten to the point now that it's really good. So you're going to have to make less and less edits as this becomes more powerful. But I like how this looks. I'm going to hit OK. And then I'm going to hit deselect, and boom, we've actually now just created an artificial area of the photo using Photoshop. It's really cool, and I've kept the photo's dimensions, but I've actually shrunk it in a way. So this is a great way to add more sky or more foreground to the photo if you don't when you're out shooting. It's a really powerful way of adding in more and more elements, or just adjusting small parts of the photo that you want to in order to make things look more presentable. So now it's time to go in and do some basic spot removal. This is something that will take, the more time you spend on it, the better it'll look. But for today's purposes, I'll kind of do it really quick. So I'm going to select the clone stamp tool. And using the clone layer that I have, I'm just going to zoom in. I'm going to find parts of the image that I think look distracting. And then I'm going to hold Option to click where I want it to sample from. I'm just going to go through, move little parts of the image that I feel are distracting. Now, if I was preparing an image for print, I might spend like, I have spent up to like 2.5 hours just removing small little specks of dust and other things that I don't like from the photo, just to make it look a little bit more presentable. But for this photo, I won't spend that long. And I might also use what's called the spot healing brush to do this as well. Both the spot healing brush and the clone stamp tool work really well for getting rid of areas of the photo that you don't like. So I might think that this tree right here looks a bit distracting, so I might want to remove it. So I'll use the press J on the keyboard to pull up the spot healing brush, and I might just try to get rid of it like that. I think that looks decent. And so once I'm done with all these sort of spot removals, you know, I'll move on to some of the more localized edits. And this is where the my panels come in handy. If you guys don't know what luminosity masking is, I recommend that you check it out. It's kind of like range masking in Lightroom, but it's in Photoshop, and it's much more powerful. So what these panels do is they're luminosity masking panels. So they just allow me to make small edits to small parts of the photo in greater detail. And in the folder that is with this workshop, there's a link to where you can find all these panels for free. And I really recommend that you guys check these out, because these will really transform the way that you edit photos. But let's say that I want to edit sort of the really bright parts of the image. So I'll select the Lights 4 mask. And now this shows me the areas of the image which are really bright. And then I might want to expand the mask, bring it up so where it's now. So now I can see that it's editing, or it's affecting a greater part of the image. And then I'll do a curves adjustment to only this part of the image. I might add some contrast in the basic S curve. And it's hard to make out, but the more of these small edits that you do, the better the photo will look. So now you can barely see it, but I've just added a little bit more contrast to the bright parts of the image. Well, I might think, okay, I might want to edit some of the darker parts of the image, so I'll make a dark 4 mask. I'll go through, I'll do curves again. And then now I'm raising some of the darker parts of the image. A little bit too. I think I like how that looks. And then I'll lower the opacity a bit. So as you can see, I can make a lot of like really specific and targeted edits to different parts of the photo. Now this will come in handy. This is kind of hard to demonstrate in the short time period that I have. So I'm going to use an image that I've already edited to show you guys kind of what this looks like. If you can see in my layers panel, I've made a lot of different edits to this photo. each one of them is pretty small. So for instance, if I were to remove the last edit, you could barely see that it's just affecting the clouds of the image. But each one of these small edits actually adds up. And if we look at the original image, this looks a lot different. And it might be hard to see because I'm sharing my screen on Zoom, so I know it's not full resolution. But each one of these small edits kind of compounds on top of each other. And they really make an edit. They make a photo that looks both natural, but also, it also has a lot of work done to it as well. So you can tell sort of in the sculpting of the clouds that I've added contrast, but only to this part of the image, or I've raised the saturation of this part of the image. I've like dodged and burned my way down here to add a little bit more emphasis to the foreground. And what all of these edits do is they just allow you to make more nuance and small alterations to the image. It'll just make it more compelling for the viewer. Like I might add like a soft vignette, which you can do in Lightroom. And all of these edits kind of stack up, as I said. And this is kind of where the joy of sort of localized editing comes in. It's because you just get to go kind of crazy with all these small edits. And that's kind of what separates advanced photo editing from just messing around in Lightroom with the different sliders is, if you really learn how to do this and how to like adjust the very small details of the photo, like you can imagine the possibilities that you'll have are just insane. Like you can really, especially with sort of the transformations that I was doing to the perspective of the image, like there's so much stuff that you can do if you just like, commit to expanding beyond what Lightroom has to offer, or even just go like use Lightroom a little bit more intelligently. And what I'll often do is I'll or at least what I like to do when I'm editing photos is I'll dodge and burn a lot to add emphasis to different parts of the photo. So for example, I might think that, this part of the sky would look better if it was darker. It's very intense dodge, burn. So I just might make this part darker. But again, I'm making really, really small localized edits. I'm thinking kind of like a painter here. And I'm just sort of going with the flow, editing parts of the image that I feel like need help. What I find like really relaxing is like I can sit and do this for like an hour, just go through and like dodge and burn until I feel like I did something that looks good. And it's almost like you're painting, especially if you have like a small drawing tablet, like you can just like sit there and dodge and burn for like hours on end. Just really make things stand out if you want to. But yeah, I think that's all that I have for this workshop for today. I kind of wanted to leave some time for questions and answers if anyone had any questions, or wanted me to demonstrate one of the techniques that I showed. Yeah, so if you guys have any questions, ask away. Or if you guys wanted me to showcase anything or go over something that I already talked about.
How did you get your toolbar to look like that?
Oh, the tool. Okay, so this is what's called a luminosity masking plugin. It's a plugin for Lightroom made by a photographer called Tony Kuiper. If you look up TK7 Rapid Mask on Google, um, you'll come up with a website where you can download this for free. And what this has is it's not just luminosity masking, it's a bunch of like controls to make Photoshop work faster for specifically photo editing. So for instance, I've got some like zoom controls here that I can do. It gives me quick access to like a black brush for layer masks or a white brush for layer masks. I can quickly change the blending modes of layers. I've got a bunch of actions that are programmed, so I can quickly add like Orton effect or add sort of color to an image if I want. So if I want to I wanted to add blue to the photo, for instance, I could go through and like paint in a little bit of blue into the clouds. I felt like. But what these panels do is they're designed for photo editing. So they just expedite the process, make it a lot easier. And I would really recommend them to anyone that's sort of serious about photo retouching or photo editing. They really transform the way that you work. This looks absolutely terrible, but I think you get the point. I got a question. How do you develop your style while editing? Like, how do you know what looks good versus what doesn't when making minor adjustments? So this is really hard. Like your own individual style kind of is, I mean, it's up to you to determine what you think looks good and what's bad. I think ultimately, you know, I sort of live by the philosophy of like make edits when you feel like the photo needs them, as opposed to just doing them for the sake of making edits. Um, so I would really just pay attention to like what you feel like the photo needs. Don't feel like you have to process the crap out of an image. Um, and also take time between when you edit. So what I like to do is I'll edit a photo and then I might come back like an hour later and see how it looks. Um, and I think that'll really sort of give you like a fresh perspective. And then also like you can just ask your friends like, what do you think looks good? Like, even though that's like not your style, like they might have good insights. Like they might say like, hey, like parts of this image look like really black, or like this part of the image is drawing my attention a lot. And that's honestly like one of the best ways you can learn. Like if a friend tells you like, hey, like you edit your photos in a way that makes them all look like really orange, then that might give you like impetus to maybe go easier on the temperature slider. But I think the most important thing is just practice a lot, uh, and then just try to show people your photos as much as possible. Could you talk about your process using tone curves, color profiles? Yeah, so tone curves. I use, I'll start with color profiles actually. In regards to color profiles, most photographers now shoot in what's called sRGB, because our screens only display sRGB. So if you're taking photos just for Instagram and such, then there's no reason to work in other profiles apart from sRGB. But if you're going to start preparing images for print, then you're going to want to work in either Adobe RGB or what's called ProPhoto. And for those of you who don't know what color profiles are, color profiles are basically kind of think about when you take a photo and your photo comes up on your computer kind of has like a box of crayons that it uses to pull all the colors of the photo, and different color profiles are like different boxes of crayons. The really large box of crayons like is ProPhoto, and that just allows you to is really only used for print. So at least for me, I use ProPhoto all the time because I print a lot of my images. But if your images are only, if you're only going to like use your images for Instagram, or you're sending them to a client who's only interested in using them on the web, then I would stick to sRGB because your file size will decrease exponentially. And then in regards to tone curves, I'm guessing like you mean like the tone curve in Lightroom. And in regards to that, I don't really use the tone curve in Lightroom because I don't do a lot of edits in Lightroom. But in Photoshop, I'll use the tone curve pretty much exclusively when I'm doing the range masking function. as I showed you. So if I ever make a luminosity mask, then the most common adjustment I'll do is the tone curve adjustment. That just allows, it's just a really, really flexible way of editing a photo. Also, I just like quickly want to plug, if you hold down the Option key on a Mac and then click Auto on Lightroom on the curves, or sorry, not the Option key, I think the Command key. Oh, back. But oh, sorry, I just realized mine. Yeah. So if you hold down the Option key or Command key and click, it'll come up with these auto color correction options. And these are just really powerful ways of letting Photoshop decide what it thinks looks good, and you can sort of edit that the way that you want. But yeah, tone curves are super powerful. And I've included a link to the video in the doc that I provided on where you can learn more about tone curves, because understanding why the tone curve looks the way it does is really important, and understanding how the individual adjustments you make to it is also really important. Because I think a lot of Lightroom users just like look at the tone curve and they're like, oh, if I pull up on it, the image will get brighter. But understanding, okay, like why does it do that is really important. Is there a certain style atmosphere that you generally gravitate towards when you edit your photos, or do you tend to experiment with different looks? I think this really depends on like your own personal practice, but at least for me, and I'll pull my website up to show you guys. Like my style is like, I don't know, kind of like poppy colors. Like I have like really, really bright colors, and sort of these really like sweeping landscapes. And so for me, like just creating a sense of awe is really important to me, and making sure that I maximize the dynamic range of the photos is really important. But I do a lot of experimentation, and I've been doing a lot of experimentation to develop my style. And I don't think you should ever feel like you're pinned down in the way that you edit photos. So you can see I use a lot of like really bright greens and stuff. Who are some of your favorite photographers and why? I'm a really big fan of, let me think. There's a photographer from Oregon called Sean Bagshaw, who I'm a really big fan of. And I really like the photographers that I can feel like I can connect to in regards to their work and also their practice. So I like photographers that I feel like, you know, take photos and their methodology, at least what they state, is of good intention. So yeah, Sean Bagshaw, I really like him. There's a guy called Nick Page, who also does really, really great photos. And I'm trying to think of some others that I really like. Oh, Mark Adamus is fantastic. Ben Allister. There are so many fantastic photographers out there. And I also like really recommend that you find a photographer that you like, and then sort of try to emulate their style, because that'll really help you practice. Don't copy it, but just, you know, notice what they do and notice what they do effectively, and that'll help you sort of learn what makes an image good as opposed to flat. All right, well, if there are no more questions, I'll hand it over to the next person who's presenting. Thank you guys for having me, and for those who are hosting HEX.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
I just sent the feedback form in the chat. So if you have any suggestions on how we can improve HEX, any feedback for our workshop hosts, please fill out that form. Also, if you give us your mailing address, if you can send to that, we might send you some HEX goodies as an incentive to filling out the form. And also, our next workshop will be working on creative confidence. That'll be Renee Utter, who is also a photographer. So if you want more confidence in your edits, stay in the Zoom call. We'll have a good time. Thank you.
We'll have a good time. How's everyone's day going? Good.
How's yours, Renee?
Oh, you know, it's all right. I went to Trader Joe's today. It was fun.
Did you get anything good?
Yeah, I've been like waiting for the chili lime chips, like the tortilla chip things that are like Takis for so
Oh,
long.
yeah. Those are
Yeah,
really
they
good.
never have them here. And so I was like, I had to wait outside for like 10 minutes and it was like 45 degrees today. And I was like, if they don't have them, I'm gonna blow a gasket. And they did. So it was great.
Oh, good. Those are really good. Unpopular opinion, I think those are better than real Takis.
I agree. I feel like I'm not getting cancer when I eat them.
Yeah,
What's the
me too.
difference?
Yeah, it really is. What?
What's the difference between them?
I feel like the Trader Joe's ones are more limey and they're like less, like they have less of like the powder, like they're less like Cheeto-y, you know? I don't know. And they come from Trader Joe's, so like, you know, they're like $1 cheaper. Are we starting on Berkeley time?
Yeah.
Should I just share my screen with the cover in the meantime?
Yeah, probably just so people know what's going on.
Okay.
I'm
They're
playing
not seeing out.
so we're not all sitting here in silence because that's what a lot of people have done. So the recordings, we have like a separate recording for every workshop, but we just keep the live stream going. So probably across both live streams, there's a solid like hour and a half of us just sitting here quietly.
Oh my god. No. Wait, let me. Okay, I'll share my computer sound too, and maybe we can get some bops.
Thank you, Renee.
Okay.
Good luck, Renee. Bye.
Bye, Tang. Have a good day. I don't know. What do we want to listen to? Should I listen to my indie pop coming of age playlist? I feel like that's a good
Sounds
one.
like a good time.
I support that.
Can you hear it? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Life's too short to even care at all. Whoa. I'm losing my mind, losing my mind, losing control. These fishes in the sea, they're staring at me. A wet world aches for a beat of a drum. If I could find a way to see this losing my mind, losing control. If I could find a way to see this straight, I'd run away to some fortune that I should have found by now. It's so ironic to the things they say could restore me, restore life the way it should be. I'm waiting for this call to come down. One more spoon of cough syrup now. Whoa. One more spoon of cough syrup now. Whoa. Whoa. she spoke words that would melt in your hands. And she spoke words of wisdom to the basement people, to the basement. Many surprises await you in the basement, people, in the basement. You heard that last time, you know we're gonna find you sick in the car seat, cause you're not up to going out on the main streets, completing your mission. You heard that last time, you know we're gonna find you sick in the car seat, cause you're not up to going out on the main streets, completing your mission. And she spoke words that would melt in your hands. And she spoke words of wisdom to the basement people, to the basement. Many surprises await you in the basement, people, in the basement. You heard that last time, you know we're gonna find you sick in the car seat, cause you're not up to going out on the main streets, completing your mission. You hear that last time, you know we're gonna find you sick in the car seat, cause you're not up to going out on the main streets, completing your mission.
Hello, everyone. Okay, I hope you've all enjoyed our conversation in the chat about school. I hope that was all good for you guys. So I'm gonna ask that if you are comfortable with it to turn on your camera, just because I just feel like I'm talking to a bunch of letters. Totally cool if you don't want to, but I think it would help a lot. Yeah. Okay. So, hi. I'm Renee. I'm also a photographer. So I'm going to talk today a little bit about, I know the workshop is called Creative Confidence, but I've rebranded. And it's Creative Freedom now. That's what we're calling it. That's what it is. With the subtitle, Stop Leaving It at the Door, which I will explain in a minute. Okay. Hello. All right. Cool. So a little about me. I'm Renee. I've been a photographer for 8 years, so a long time. I enjoy long walks on the beach, self-deprecating humor, making you laugh, pumpkin bread, specifically the Trader Joe's one. If any of you guys have seen the Trader Joe's pumpkin bread mix, it's really good and it's so easy. All you have to do is like add eggs and like water. It's great. Talking to people about the power of vulnerability. That's my other thing. So I'm also the president of NOD at Berkeley. I don't know what USC is, but yeah, I'm the Berkeley one. So, and I'm from Texas. Yeehaw. Okay, so my first question is, what do you think creative freedom is? And this can be like, you can write it in the chat, Julian asks, is it vegan? No. Well, yeah, the mix is vegan, but if you add the eggs, then it's not. So just use an egg substitute. Yeah, you can use fake egg. Yeah. So if you can type it in the chat or unmute yourself and like give me your thoughts on what you think creative freedom means to you, that would be excellent. Please. Creatives having choice and flexibility. Yeah, that's one thing. Anyone else? Making things not feeling bad about it. Yeah, that too. Okay. So some of, I don't know how many of you actually, but I taught this workshop last semester, or a really similar one. And my answer to this question was not caring about others' opinions and creating to make yourself happy. And that's how I defined creative freaking. Grace without thinking about creating without thinking too much about trying to please others. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was like, this was my definition of it. And I thought that I'd figured it out and that I'd gotten to the real core of what it means to have creative freedom. And the reason why I wanted to focus on that specifically instead of just like creative confidence is because I think now that I've learned more, I've realized that the confidence it takes to create comes from a place of freedom. Like you can't have one without the other. You have to feel comfortable in your creative space in order to be confident about what you make. So that's why we're focusing on creative freedom. So I was wrong last semester, basically. I really thought that I had healed. So last, like, I guess now that's what, 8 months ago? I don't know. How long have we been here in the Zoom land? I told a story about how I suffered something very traumatic and I had really bad anxiety for months and I couldn't even pick up my camera and I couldn't go near it. And that really sucked because it's kind of my job. And I just couldn't, like I would have panic attacks every time I would have to shoot something and then I would cancel. And it was really not a great time. And I got over it by recognizing the fact that some of my anxiety came from a lot of imposter syndrome, which we'll talk about. Some of it came through the fact that I've been doing this for a while, but I've also been doing it, I started doing it when I was a teenager. So like, do those years really count, you know? And the other thing is like being in an industry that is really creative and also really competitive. As much as I like to think we have like a community of photographers, it's really a competitive industry. And so that's just like a ripe space. And I think every creative space is just like a ripe space for imposter syndrome, and for feeling like if it doesn't come naturally to you, then like you're not good at it. If like creativity and art doesn't come naturally to you, then like you're not an artist, which is wrong. And other things that you just don't think you're good enough, or you think that, you know, sometimes you just get lucky and you create something every once in a while that's good. There was a lot that went into that. And instead of using my creativity as an outlet, I was really using it as a suppression method. So I found confidence through other people validating my work. That is like other people hiring me to shoot for them and telling me that they liked what my work looked like, and me feeling like I was getting into a style that I enjoyed, or a style at least that was popular as far as like editing goes, which I think Jack talked a little bit about in the last workshop, was like looking at other photographers and seeing what style they have and like developing your own from there. If you're new to photography, you'll know that, or you will learn that there are editing styles that go in and out of fashion. And it seems like everybody, like for a while, everybody was editing their photos to look really beige. Like they just took their temperature slider like all the way to the right and everything was like beige, which we used to call sepia, but and there was just no greens in any photo. It was a thing. It wasn't my thing, but it was popular. So I was doing it, and I think like that came in and out of style in the same way that like super colorful, contrasty stuff came in and out of style. If you're in design, I don't know, the same way like anthropomorphic, like weird octopus people are going to come in and out of style that all like the tech people use. If you've ever seen those like weird amorphous like people, yeah, those, they like don't look like people, they just look like circles. I don't know, it's hard to explain. I'll show you. So things go in and out, and I think I was using that social validation to think, okay, now I got it, I get what this means, I get what creative confidence is. It's other people validating my work and like that I feel good about it, and I was just wrong. So this time around I'm teaching it, this is how I'm going to go ahead and define creative freedom for everyone and creative confidence that comes from it. So creative freedom is having the confidence to create just for yourself without fear of judgment. So that's talking about the fear that other people will not like your work, which is deeply rooted in capitalism, which we'll talk about, or fear of exploring your own emotions, which is rooted in a lot of like social norms that we have. So we are going to talk about each part of this definition separately. So the reason why my like subtitle was "Stop Leaving It at the Door" is this is something that I was told a bajillion times growing up. If you ever played sports, or like I was a dancer for like 15 years, a long time, and we were just always told like just leave it at the door. Like anything, if you're having a bad day, like leave it at the door, and then come in and like do what you need to do and then leave. Like don't bring anything in here, which is like, it's just not possible. Like it's really not, that's just not how things work. Whether or not you are aware of it, your feelings and emotions, positive or negative, are going to affect how you work, whether you're leaving it at the door or not. So having a bad day will affect how you perform in any circumstance. It's just not possible to leave it at the door. And then it's also why, like where does that phrase come from? And it's almost always someone else telling you to do it, and it's someone else telling you to do it for them. It was my coaches telling me to leave it at the door so that they didn't have to deal with us not being as good and us not listening and us moving slower or not performing at our best. It comes from a place of like selfishness for the other person, and then in the reverse, we then begin to feel like we owe it to other people. We owe it to the other people in the room to leave our emotions at the door, not bring anything in, and just not overshare or not like have public displays of emotion at all, or yeah, like there's just, it's to make other people comfortable, and it's not your job to do that. It's not your job to set your emotions and truth aside so that someone else feels comfortable in the space that you are in, whether that be like an actual room that you are in with them, or whether it be someone looking at your work from a distance, looking at it on social media. Sometimes putting your like emotions and thought into work makes it uncomfortable for other people, and it's not your job to make everyone comfortable. It's your job to make yourself happy, and it's your job to make yourself feel heard and listened to, because if you're not listening to yourself and you're not using that to fuel your creativity, then you're not really creating, you will not create what you want to. You will not create at the level that you want to. Something will always be missing. So this was, when did I learn this or think about this? It was about like August time. And so in the time since I have like taught the last lecture that I taught on this, a lot has happened. Like Corona just got worse. I had a very weird summer. I suffered from really bad depression and anxiety. And so I had a really bad depressive episode that effectively lasted 3 months. I didn't go a single day this summer without crying, or like I lost like 10 pounds. Like it was a very long summer for me. I ended a relationship that I realized was not good for me for an entire year. And I think I just like completely broke. And the day that I completely broke, I had to shoot for someone else. So I had to drive 3 hours, which if you've ever been on a long drive when you're upset, it just doesn't help. It just really doesn't. I mean, it helps like you cry and, you know, but when you have to look presentable and at the end of the drive, it's really not that fun. I listened to NPR so that I would not get emotional. And when I got there, I just kept trying to tell myself, like, you can do it, like just buck it up for an hour and then like for an hour and a half, and then you can go home and you can cry and you can do whatever you need to do. Which is that feeling again of right of like leaving it at the door. Like I'm walking into this space. I need to leave everything behind me. I need to leave it where people can't see it. I need to tuck it into my pocket. It makes you feel very uncomfortable and very much like you're faking everything. And I just couldn't, it wasn't possible for me at that moment for me to do. So all the other people that were there, you can't see them, but there were a lot of people there working to make the model look good. I just probably seemed like a real bitch because I just didn't talk to anyone except for the model, and I did my job. But I did it, I think, subconsciously letting myself create non-traditional poses. So this is a bridal shoot. I shoot mostly like weddings and bridal work and like portrait work, which this is not like a traditional what this would look like. But something about this idea of like vastness and openness and hopelessness felt really strong to me. And I don't think I realized it until I got home and I started editing previews. Because if you are a photographer, you know that when you shoot, literally 5 minutes later, they ask when they're going to be done and when they can see the photos. So I started editing a couple of sneak peeks. And this one I kept to myself for a really long time. I like debated actually giving it to them, which may not, like, it may not seem like a big deal to you guys and it may not look like anything to you. But to me, like when I took it and when I edited it and saw it for the first time, I cried like a lot. Like I just lost it because it felt so real to me. And it felt like the things that I'd experienced for the last 3 months of just like barely being there and still having so much to do and so many people to please and so many people to talk to while just not being able to function for myself. So that's where that like clicked in my brain that I realized that this is so stupid. This idea that you have to leave things at the door. So I want you to have that moment, but maybe not in public or before a like stressful photo shoot, or maybe you won't cry. That's fine. If you're having a great time in 2020 and like this is your shit and like you are at the next level of greatness and you feel like you're just killing it, that's awesome. And I want you to channel that because you should also channel that into your work. So this is from the same shoot. I want you to get out your pencils and paper and let's do some self-reflection. So I want you to just like jot down a couple of answers to one, when do you feel the most safe? So I put when, but you could honestly also talk about where. Jot down when and where you feel the most safe. What makes you feel powerful? So that really varies by person. Do you take yourself seriously? It's really, really important, and it's something that's very difficult. And it's also something that I've learned is very difficult as a female artist. It's just, there's this idea that like everything we do is craft, like it's like a craft, like an arts and craft project. And it's really, really subtle, but it exists. And I think it contributes to people, specifically like female photographers, not taking themselves seriously. And what scares you the most? So just take like, I don't know, like 4 minutes to jot down some answers. I will go back and play some tunes. Okay. Oops. Okay. So does anyone want to, oops, not that. Okay, does anyone want to share? Does anyone feel comfortable sharing in the chat or here or wherever? No.
Any of them?
Yeah, any of them. Doesn't matter.
I definitely don't take myself seriously. I feel like it's just a lot easier that way. So that was my response to that.
For sure. Anyone else? Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of people struggle with taking themselves seriously, especially as a young artist. Yeah, I can tell you, I can share what scares me the most is loss. And what makes me feel powerful is telling my story, which is why that's what I do now at HEX. Cool. Hopefully everyone had time to do that. Maybe another way to describe creative freedom could be like a stream of consciousness. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think the idea of like a stream of consciousness requires some work in vulnerability, which we're going to talk about. Yeah. What was my next slide? I forgot. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. Okay. So getting back to Erica's point, which is a great point. I think in addition to feeling like we have to leave stuff at the door to make other people comfortable, we are also socialized to be uncomfortable with our emotions ourselves. And if you've ever experienced depression or anxiety in any form, your own brain and your own feelings can be a very like scary space to sit in, and can be very like unsafe and uncomfortable, and you just don't want to be there, which is why like you laugh it off and use like self-deprecating humor, and like you just put it to the side, because it's a lot harder to confront your feelings. These are the things that I've learned in years of therapy, but it requires vulnerability with yourself, to be open with not only feeling those emotions and feeling what you're feeling and kind of working through it and being able to figure out like why you feel a certain way, but also to be able to share that with your art, whatever that is. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about social conditioning. So what's so scary about vulnerability in a general sense? The first one I'd say is fear of judgment. I think we're taught at a really young age that like, oh, like he's a crybaby, like they're a crybaby, like they just like don't, they just want to cry, like don't cry in public, blah, blah, blah. There's like a lot of this idea that if you show any emotion or like happiness, like people being super excited about something, like people get so judgy about that. And like I'm trying to think like One Direction, like fan girls, you know, like this idea of like a fan girl that came up, and then like Taylor Swift's idea about like, and how like everyone started to like hate on these like pop singers fans, and I think a big part of it was because like there were young women who were like visibly excited about something and like very enthusiastic and happy, and that sort of showing of emotion kind of breeds judgment from society. I don't know why, but we are afraid of that judgment. The other one is self-protection. So I talked a little bit about like if you've experienced any form of depression or anxiety, your brain isn't very safe. So protecting yourself from your own emotions is kind of a way to cope. Weakness. So this idea of projecting weakness through showing emotion. Specifically, when I wrote this down, I was thinking about like my brother, and like how he probably looks at this. I think from like a female perspective, it's kind of already assumed that we're weak. So this like show of weakness isn't necessarily like as in the forefront of our minds, as it is for like, say, my brother, or yeah, people who like feel that they need to project strength in order to protect themselves from others, whatever that space looks like. And comfort, so comfort for yourself and comfort for others. You don't want to make other people uncomfortable by being overly enthusiastic or like overly upset or overly passionate about something. And then the last one was imposter syndrome. And I think that connects a little bit into vulnerability in that you don't want to put your full feelings. And yeah, Jillian, society hates what teenage girls like. It's true. Feeling is like putting your whole heart and your whole emotion and whole being into your work. It's like, oh, I'm not like that kind of, I'm not that much of an artist. Like my work isn't that important. Or like, I'm just a portrait photographer. Like I'm not some like Da Vinci. Like it was just like, you know, and it seems very like, ooh, and like high level and like whatever. It's bullshit. You are worth putting the effort emotionally and physically into your work, and your work is worth that. So let's look at, okay, so how does this affect your art? Fear of vulnerability makes you feel like you're creating to make other people comfortable, which we are going to talk about in, like, wait, what is, you guys, I made these slides at like the middle of the night. Yeah, okay. So what makes other people comfortable? That's bullshit also. That's also bullshit. It's just not true that you should make things to make other people feel comfortable or not make things out of fear of making other people uncomfortable. If it's something that you feel drawn to make, and that you want to create, it is your absolute right and honestly like your job to do so for yourself and for everyone else in the world, because it may make some people uncomfortable and it may make one person feel really connected to you and feel really connected to your work, and that's really important. And it is like what we do as visual artists is hope to connect with at least one person, whether that be through like a really cute graphic like this, or through like some emo portrait work. It does not matter. So I want to talk about how this connects to capitalism without sounding too much like I belong on left Twitter. Not that I don't want to be there, but like just stay with me. So I've talked a lot about like making other people feel comfortable, which then in like my growth in this sort of area of creative confidence proceeded to make me think about like why we make art, like really why we make it, not necessarily like the deep like why we make it, and how we decide what is good and what is not good. And to be honest, a lot of what we decide what is good and what is not good in like the creative field is based on what other people value. And that is like directly tied to capitalism, like who will pay for your work. It's something that like in the wedding industry, like how much you can charge for a day says a lot about like how good you are allegedly, or like how good your work is, or how valuable your art is. If you're like a freelance designer, like how much people will pay you or how many people book you, like that's where you can like find validation that you are creating things that are good that other people find valuable. And this gets caught up in like monetary value as well as like social and cultural value. And they all kind of lead to the same direction. So I saw the Mona Lisa in person in the Louvre. It is so fucking disappointing. Have any of you seen it? It's so disappointing. It's not like, it's really disappointing. And I was in an art history class about, yeah, it is disappointing. I was in an art history class about it. Like I've read about it. It's just like not, it was really small. It's just like why, you know? And like all of this art of like old men, that's the eyes do follow you though. Yeah, they do. Of old men that sits in these museums, right? Is valued in one way versus like if you guys have ever been to the De Young in San Francisco, there are two very different parts of the museum. And the De Young, and like you'd think San Francisco is some like liberal haven, but I'm about to just ruin it for you. So in one half of the museum is European American art. It sits on white walls. It has nice, pretty lighting. There's a very like plain space. It's like the art speaks for itself. You know, it's like one of those minimalist museum like art galleries. Like that's what you would think of. On the other side is at least when I went this one time, was their like African art exhibit, which by the way was like not the whole country of Africa, but then also some places that were not even continent of Africa. Like there were countries that were missing, and then also not on the continent of Africa. So it was a little confusing about what the point of this like space was, but it was dark and like moody, and things were seen as like being like cultural, like artifacts, like historical artifacts. And then you look at the date that they're made, and it's like a decade ago. But they treat it like it's a craft, like it's like a craft artifact, and it's in a dark room, and there's this like music playing, and like the lights are off, and the walls are a different color, and it's not at all like the right side. And think about how those pieces are valued, how the pieces on the right side are valued, how like a Monet is valued versus how some of these other like cultural, incredibly important and incredibly beautiful, basically just non-white male artists' work is just not valued in the same way. And a lot of that ties back to how much people will like physically pay for it, and a lot of other social factors as well. But that's kind of where I thought about this idea that we really do create for others, and that kind of socialization comes from the economic system that we all live in, as in this space, at least in this wonderful country of these United States of America. So, is it okay to create for yourself without worrying if others will find it valuable or comfortable? Yes, it is okay. It is okay to create for yourself without thinking about others' value. Because if something has value to you, then it has value. It doesn't need to have value outside of yourself in order to be considered valuable, in order to be considered art, in order to be considered beautiful, because it is based on your own value. It doesn't matter if no one can relate to it. Yeah, those are my thoughts. That was my capitalism rant, I'm sorry. So we're gonna do more on writing things down. And I want this to be specifically for your portfolio. I want you to look at your favorite work of art that's not yours, it doesn't belong to you, and tell me how you, or write down how it makes you feel. And then I want you to look at your favorite portfolio piece that's your work, and I want you to write a story about it. It can either be like the real story that sparked it, or it can be a story that relates to how you're feeling, or you can just answer the same question as above and say like how it makes me feel and describe that in a couple of like notes for yourself. So go forth and note for approximately 5 minutes-ish, 4 minutes-ish. And I will play some tunes. This one's an old one, but a good one.
Hey, my love, buried you a month or 2 ago. I keep thinking that you're standing on my floor, that you're waiting there for me. Hey, my love, you've walked out 100 times. How was I supposed to know this time that you wouldn't come, that you wouldn't come home? But for drinks I'm wasted, I can see you dancing, I can lay down next to you at the foot of my bed. If I drink,
No, I haven't heard your new job, Sophie.
I can taste your lipstick.
Also, I was thinking about like how this is gonna work on YouTube, because it is streamed to YouTube. Like, is this a copyright infringement?
If I drink enough, I swear that I will wake up next
It do not matter.
to you. When you left, you took my bestest friends away, and in this mess, I think I dug 1,000 graves, Talia. I hope you're happy anyway. But for drinks I'm wasted, I can see you dancing, I can lay down next to you at the foot of my bed. If I drink enough, I can taste your lipstick, I can lay down next to you, but it's all in my head. If I drink enough, I swear that I will wake up next to you. Broke my heart, now I'm wasting my time on you. Broke my heart, now I'm wasting my time. If I drink enough, I can see you dancing, I can lay down next to you at the foot of my bed. If I drink enough, I can taste your lipstick, I can lay down next to you, but it's all in my head. But for drinks I'm wasted, I can see you dancing, I can lay down next to you at the foot of my bed. If I drink enough, I can taste your lipstick, I can lay down next to you, but it's all in my head.
Okay, hopefully you all have a chance to write down something. Would anyone like to share? No. Okay. I can tell you my favorite work of art by an Ethiopian photographer named Aida Moline. Her work, the 99 series, is really beautiful. It's about like Dante's Inferno. And it's like it's one of my favorite pieces. So if you ever feel so inclined to go find new photographers to look at that are not Brandon Waffle, feel free. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how to make these like practical changes so that you guys don't get irritated that you sat through an entire hour of me just talking about like emo stuff, because there's a purpose here, and it's to change the way that you create. And it's very hard to change how you actually create when you're in the moment and when you're at a photo shoot, when you're planning, when you're sitting at your computer, when you're sitting at your easel or whatever. It's hard to make changes there. The easiest place to make changes is actually before you start. And this comes from this question of like, do you take yourself seriously? In the same sense that like you want to take yourself seriously, the extension of that is that you want to take your creative process seriously, and prepare when you know that you're going to make something that like you want to make. And preparing for that means getting out of this mindset of like leaving it at the door, blocking stuff out to create what you think you need to get done. Allowing yourself to create freely means making a lot of mistakes, channeling and visualizing discomfort, and it takes a lot of preparation. And I'm just reminding you once again, as I have throughout this presentation, to stop leaving it at the door. Maybe that was just a Southern saying, and I'm like really like none of you have ever heard this before. If it was, I'm sorry. One of you, like Eric, has a photo that looks like it was from the Houston Color Factory. I don't know if it actually was the Houston one. You can put in the chat and let me know. So maybe one other person if it's Southern. So here are a couple of my like rituals that I started doing before doing my creative work. So a lot of that for me is like photo editing. I started to journal to take stock of my feelings, so that those can both be in one, or they can be like, if you're not like a journal person and you don't want to write stuff down, that's fine. Just sitting there for a minute and like really taking in like how you feel in this moment, whether that's like a lot of joy and happiness, a lot of anxiety, which I feel like has everyone's 2020, especially now. Like maybe in like 18 days we won't feel so anxious. Maybe not. Maybe it'll only get worse. So learning to sit with that and recognize it is really important. And know when it's okay to walk away for a matcha or a coffee or a handstand or a break or a walk. I think setting those boundaries ahead of time is really important. So when I start to feel like my photos are all looking the same, and I'm just like, every time I look at them, I just negative thoughts. Because if you shoot like commercial work, you edit a lot of photos like at once. It's not, I don't use Photoshop ever, which is always like fun to see other people lead Photoshop workshops. I only use Lightroom because I edit like hundreds of photos at once. And when things start to look the same, or I start to feel really negative about things and I just can't seem to make these look right, and I think they look bad and I can't fix it, I get up and that's when I just take a break and I will go do something else. And it may mean that I don't come back to it for another day or 2 days. Unless I'm on a deadline, which honestly, usually I miss those anyway. So take a break, because your best work isn't going to happen when you're feeling flustered and frustrated with yourself. And then make your own and do what works for you. So some people are very like auditory and they would like to listen to music or affirmations or NPR if that's your thing, to really get in connection with themselves, or like an audiobook. If you're like more visual or more tactile, doing like doodling beforehand. Like my dad used to tell a story about someone he worked with who would doodle before, and like presenting stuff, anything like presenting these big presentations, doodling on his workbook, because I guess that's how people prepare. So yeah, just know that you can do what works best for you. Before this, I wanted to go back to this idea and talk about why I made you do this, because I forgot to do that. The reason why I wanted you to look at your favorite work of art and write down how it made you feel, and then look at your art and try to tell a story about it, or talk about how it makes you feel now, or how it felt when you made it, is because it's very fascinating to me that so I'm an econ major. I teach econ, I do econ, it's a lot of numbers, it's a lot of graphs, it's a lot of moving lines around. It's very exciting. And then my minor is in art history, and it's the complete opposite. And I love it because I get to look at a work. And as I started through art history, I realized that every paper I've ever written is just me projecting my own feelings onto someone else's work and saying that this is what they meant by this is what I think this work does. I think that this is what they meant. And the truth is, artists rarely ever write about what their work means. And you're probably wrong. So when you were looking at how that piece of art made you feel, it's probably not what they intended, nor is it what they meant. And that's what's so amazing about everything, is that you may create something that comes from someplace very deep and very private to you. And you never have to tell anyone, and it can mean something different to every single person. That black and white photo that I showed you, that just really made me feel a lot of pride in my work, honestly will make my aunts from Texas feel a little different. They may not see it in the same way as I do, and that's kind of the beauty of it. And just know that you're wrong, but in a great way. So this is the last part. This is just Q&A. I left a couple minutes at the end for Q&A. I honestly thought that this would end early. I forget that I can talk for a really long time. Feel free to type in chat or unmute. Someone asked, what do you think helps when you're feeling burned out? That's a really good question, Grace, because it's different for everyone. I think for me, because I have a little bit more autonomy over my schedule, I schedule in breaks in my bookings. So I won't book for this 2-week time block, actual shoots or weddings or whatever, and give myself that space. So that is one thing. And when you're feeling burned out in the moment in a smaller, more immediate sense, close your computer, close the program you're working in. If you work with an external drive, put it away, and do not come back to it until you feel excited to come back to it. Which is what I said when I mentioned that it can take me days to get back into that space, or it could take me an hour of exercise, and then all of a sudden I'm ready to go and I want to go again, and I'm good, and I have adrenaline and serotonin and whatnot. But respecting your own feelings and when you feel burnt out are really important, and it protects you from that long-term burnout that people have, where they just give up entirely because they are tired of running on the hamster wheel. I hope that answers your question. Sophie, how do you incorporate this process when also trying to be employed and doing client work? Yeah, that's a good question. So this process can seem very daunting and unimportant when you're trying to do client work and when people are paying you monies to do things. I think, and what I am very open about, luckily all of my clients and all my couples are extremely kind, and just I just feel I attract the best people to work with me, which I gave a talk about that my freshman year 4 years ago about how to attract clients that you actually like to work with. But they understand that if they want my best work, that it's going to take time. And sometimes that takes me telling them that hey, I usually say I'll deliver photos within 2 weeks for regular 1 hour or 1.5 hour sessions. For weddings, it's 6 to 9 weeks. If I don't feel I'm going to meet that deadline because I'm getting overwhelmed or burnt out, I will just let them know that I need a couple more days because I want to deliver the best thing possible. And for the most part, people will respect that because they are paying you to do your best work. And if you can't physically do your best work, then there is no point in giving it to them early or on time if it's not what they, if it's not the best thing that you can give them. Most people are aware of that. And then as far as like on a minute level, when I drive to shoots, I have a playlist that I listen to in the car, and it changes by the season of life that I'm in. So like when I was like going through my like recent breakup, I had like a lot of like Beyonce, like best thing I never had, and like I would scream it in the car, and that's like where I would get a lot of my like I would feel it, and I think that helps a lot. Sometimes it's the Jonas Brothers if I'm feeling really pumped. Just depends. But taking that time for yourself is really important. Any other questions?
I think you said like most people are pretty like good about it, but like have you ever dealt with backlash? And like if so, like how did you deal with that?
I think like I don't think I've ever dealt with like direct backlash. I have dealt with like so some of my like less personal clients, like my personal clients are like my couples that I work with, I know for like a year. So like I shoot for clubs on campus, no tea and no shade to the clubs that I shoot for on campus, but I shoot a lot of headshots at the beginning of the semester for like their recruiting. And sometimes like especially in second semester, like there's really not that much time in between when people get back to campus and when they start recruiting. So like if you've seen like Berkeley Consulting's last like I think like 3 or 4 semesters, their recruitment headshots have been me waking up very early one day in the cold January day to take their headshots, and then like they need them within like 3 or 4 days. And in that case, it really comes down to just like doing your very best to be on top of things and start early, as early as you can, so that you build in time for breaks. Don't try to sit down and do it all at once, especially if it's going to be a lot of work. And building in breaks for yourself and making sure that like you are starting with enough time to have a day to be like, I don't want to open my fucking computer, is important for this. I hope that helps answer your question. Anyone else? I hope you enjoyed this orange picture and all the other ones. They're all mine. I just felt like this presentation needed photos. Like I had it without the photos and it just did not look right. It looked just very boring. It looked like a corporate retreat kind of thing. So thank you. I wanted to say keep creating about capitalism without fear and for yourself. And then this is like a little tiny CC link that's http://tiny.cc/let's be friends. And it'll link to a spreadsheet. If you want to like put your name and your like Instagram, then you can all see each other's name and Instagram and connect, and we can be like creative besties, and it'll be super fun. I can't wait to see all of your portfolio work and just create a little bubble of happiness. And that's all. Any last minute questions? Okay. This was the last workshop, so if you sat through today, thank you a lot for staying and supporting NOD. Thank you, Sophie and Jillian, for hosting. Wait, where's the little stop share button? Okay, there we go.
Thank you for that great workshop. I'm once again going to plug the feedback form for everybody who came. If you have any advice on how we can make HEX better, anything to say to like our workshop posts, you can put it there. Also, if you fill out the last section of it and you give us your address and you give us consent, then we might ship you some HEX goodies, some keychains, some buttons. So that's some incentive. Thank you everyone for coming. Have a nice rest of your weekend.
Yeah, I'd also like to mention that this brings HEX Fall 2020 to a close. Thank you, Renee, for sending us out on such a good note. We have all of the workshops recorded, and we're going to try and get those up in the next couple of days, as well as all the resources. So thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.